Monday night in South Florida. Fans gather around. Going to have a little extra to drink tonight because the ball game going to start a little bit late. The Marlins get a look at Zach Duke getting ready. The lefty for the Diamondbacks, the former Pittsburgh Pirate. The Marlins gathered around the dugout. A slight rain delay of 15 minutes, 7:25 start time. Rich Waltz along with Tommy Hutton, your shell-shocked announcers for the night. Boy, it's been a tough homestand, certainly, and no way around it for the Marlins. To end it, though, on an up note and get some momentum going to Philadelphia is at the top of Edwin Rodriguez's list.
Well, absolutely, and with Ricky Nolasco going, you hope that's the case. You know, in this game, you tend to have a short memory. And thinking back, and only the numbers told me this, in 1999, the Marlins had a 2-11 homestand. So the Marlins would like to win their second game on this homestand tonight, and they have Ricky going. But it's been a tough go. The record 1-9. They've been outscored. The men left on base has been atrocious. Hitting with runners in scoring position has been terrible. The starters' ERA has been just under 6. The bullpen has pitched well. So if you want to pick a bright spot, it's been the job that the bullpen has done during this time. Hopefully things will get turned around because, as Rich mentioned, it's not going to get easier in Philadelphia.
You know, the amazing thing about the start tonight by Ricky Nolasco is for Nolasco, he's experienced every up and down on this homestand. This is his third start of the homestand.
Yeah, the last time Ricky won a game was on the 24th of May in San Francisco, and has had those starts on this homestand. One not so good, and one really he could have won. His start against the Atlanta Braves, Ricky pitched extremely well. Went 7 1/3, gave up 8 hits and 2 runs. But as I mentioned, the last time he won a game, it was his 4th win, was on May 24th in San Francisco.
Now, Zach Duke is a lefty for the Pittsburgh Pirates. That's where the Marlins have seen most of him. But the Arizona Diamondbacks, that's where he is now. And he's coming off a little bit of an injury and pitching well.
You know, he took a comebacker off the hand in spring training, had a broken hand, so he had to spend time on the DL. He's 1-1 this year, 46-71 in his career, well under 500, all that mostly with the Pittsburgh Pirates. And against the Marlins, 0-5 with an ERA over 6. So you look at the numbers. Ricky's pitched well in his career against Arizona. Zach Duke has not pitched well against the Marlins. Hopefully that'll mix and things will turn out okay tonight.
All right, another thing we're going on tonight. Remember the other night we both bought our raffle tickets for the Ford Fiesta. Again, tonight you have an opportunity for just $100. There's the phone number to jot down, 305-623-6497. 305-623-6497. $100 gets you a 1 in 300 chance to win that car. You get to pick the color. You also get a Marlins Ford shirt and an oil change coupon and 2 tickets to the Braves-Marlins game on the 21st, where they will draw the lucky winner. All right, the Marlins are hoping they are a winner tonight. To do that, they got to beat a hot team, the Arizona Diamondbacks. The ups and downs of the Marlins offense, lately it's just been down. But they got tonight to try to turn it around. Craig and Niner look at it next.
A slight delay here to get going, and the fans are just taking up a little time, catch up on the latest news. What happened to the Heat? All those little stories in the paper today. The story here was they were concerned about a rain cell coming in, and as you said, erring on the side of caution there. The last thing you want is Nolasco to get warmed up, Duke to get warmed up, and the rain comes down.
Once again, we say 2012. We don't have to worry about that ever again.
Right, so that's why there's no rain. There was no tarp after there was some rain issues that wiped out the second half of batting practice, but they had the field ready in time for a play at 7:10. But that's the reason why they took a little while there. And then now at 7:25, they're going to get going first pitch. Some BP, sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't. The Marlins did get in probably 3/4 of their batting practice today. But they have struggled knocking in runs in key spots.
Key spots is all what it's been about. It's runners in scoring position, RISP.
Rispy.
And this homestand has been absolutely terrible. They've hit, I think, a combined 136 with men in scoring position for this homestand, which just is not going to get the job done. That's a big key in the 1-9 so far on this homestand, and 10 out of the last 11 games lost.
You know, you can see the outs, too. And not the kind of outs you want to see. Soft hits, off the bat, ground ball. If you're ripping the ball and just one of those things, you can live with that a little better because you're going to get your bounces. But when you're not hitting the ball squarely and hard, Stanton yesterday popped up meekly 3 times, just not to point a finger at Mike. Again, he's having a terrific season. He's just been one of the guys lately and really up and down the lineup. Virtually nobody's come through with, as you saw by those numbers, with runners in scoring position. But it was a rough day for Mike Stanton, no doubt about it. He left 9 men on base alone, but that's a spot where you'd love to see somebody else pick him up in the lineup, and no one's doing it right now.
And it's about manufacturing runs. We've seen countless times where Marlins have a runner on third base with less than 2 outs. Infield is back, so they're conceding the run basically by hitting a ground ball, a fly ball. The outfield will get them home, and guys are either striking out or popping up, and it's just it's not getting the job done.
Doesn't help, Jeff, when you're getting your runners on with 2 outs, which happened quite a bit yesterday, or with a guy in scoring position with 2 outs, leaving it up to that last guy. I mean, you want to get on a little earlier, maybe some small ball, a bunt for a base hit.
Yeah, they've got to start creating something when you start creating runs by, stealing, hitting and running, making contact, hitting behind your runner that's going. Stuff like that causes people to move, and that makes throws and hopefully creates some action on the base paths.
We'll see. Bonnie will be in the leadoff spot tonight. Emilio Bonifacio will see if he can create some of that against Zach Duke, who is known to be pretty quick to the plate, especially when you're on first, but not as quick when you're on second base. Something to look for in the game today. All right, Hanley Ramirez taking some batting practice. Good sign. We had 2 games back. That left back strain, been on the DL first time of his career. Had 2 games in Jupiter, had 5 hits in the 2 games. And Edwin Rodriguez commenting on Hanley. These are his numbers. As a leadoff hitter, it looks like Hanley will be in that role as soon as tomorrow night in Philadelphia.
Hanley's coming back tomorrow, which is going to be a huge help. His presence in the lineup, I'm sure, is going to help. So now we're in 500, and Hanley's coming tomorrow. So that's what we were talking. I was talking about 2 weeks ago. Getting Hanley back tomorrow is going to give us a chance for the young guys to relax a little bit more at the plate and don't feel the pressure that they have to be the guys. To bring those guys home.
I guess Gabby and Noma were both talking about how maybe some guys are putting so much pressure on themselves, they're chasing pitches that they maybe normally wouldn't instead of being comfortable. Is that was pretty much?
Oh yeah, definitely. That's what it is, because the talent is there, and we saw that the first 2 months of the season. And eventually, those guys, those same guys, they're gonna be relaxed at the plate, and their performance is gonna be way better. But now, because Hanley is not in the lineup, JJ is down, and we were struggling, I think those guys feel the pressure, young guys. So with experience and with the help of Hanley in the lineup, those guys are going to be better. Yes, that's my. I think that Hanley will be coming back leading off tomorrow.
You made a move a day early though, dropping Cogs.
Right. Well, the thing is, Chris Coughlin, his on base percentage against left-handed pitchers are very low. His average against left-handed pitchers is 119. And Bonifacio has been doing a great job getting on base especially when he's facing left-handed pitchers. So he was in the long run, like I said before, and I told Coughlin, in the long run, he should be our leadoff guy. And you're saying that I think that Hanley should be our third hole hitter, but that's wishful thinking. You know, we're here in reality, and they're struggling, so I have to make a move.
All right, Nina, let me just get your reaction, first of all. Hanley leading off. It looks like either Infante or Coughlin batting second.
I like it. I think one of the reasons why they moved Hanley out of the leadoff spot was the lack of a real proven power or average guy in that 3, 4, 5 spot. So they decided to take their best average guy and best power guy, put him in the third spot when he was leading off. So now that you've got Logan Morrison, Gabby Sanchez, and Mike Stanton, who are proven not only good hitters but run producers, I think putting Hanley at the top of the lineup is going to be a good change for them. And why not? I mean, even though he's been struggling a little bit, I think putting him back up there might be a thing of comfort for him, because I think he's always liked to lead off or hit lead off. And shake up this lineup a little bit and hopefully get some excitement going.
I agree with you, and I think it also could help the running game, and also maybe take a little pressure off Hanley trying to be the guy to drive in all the runs or hit 30-something homers. Again, he's in a leadoff spot, shouldn't have that kind of pressure. The question also is going to be who's going to hit number 2. Is it going to be Coughlin, lefty against the righty, or Infante, maybe righty against the lefty, or a combination thereof? I kind of like Chris Coughlin as almost a prototypical number 2 hitter, although you heard Edwin talking about him being more of a leadoff guy in his mind.
Well, I mean, I think either of those guys are good choices. Omar Infante, you look at the way he can handle a bat. You want a guy that can put the ball in play. You want a guy that can hit behind the runner, especially when Hanley's going to be stealing a lot. Getting him over from second base if he leads off with a single and steals second base. So I think Cogs, when he gets his swing back too, will be able to do that as well. And
also you like the lefty hitter. First base, got to hold Hanley on there. A little hole also for Chris Coughlin. A little delay here before the game tonight. They're telling us it'll be a 7:25 start time. They were worried. This is sort of Florida special. You're worried about the storm, but it never actually came here. So just to be safe and not get the pitchers all warmed up and then have to hold them back, they're going to delay the game 15 minutes, as you can see. But now the guys, as we look out, are warming up. One thing is for sure. Next year this time, in fact, next year April, we won't have to worry about it with the new Marlins ballpark. And here's the latest on the beautiful structure going up at the site of the old Orange Bowl.
Yeah, when you look at the outfield area, this is the Marlins bullpen right here, and just next to it we have a party room. What's kind of interesting here, we will be the second ballpark with a pool, and we have a bar area with the benches. We have for 116 people, so the same elevation as the field. And so someone could be in the pool watching the guys in the bullpen or at the bar and watching the game taking place. So it's really a unique experience for our fans. And it'll be sold on an event basis. As you as we move along to center field, you see this area that's a large open pit right now, and that's going to be finished. It's part of the Art in Public Places program. It's going to be an arch that will be 61 feet high, and it's really 4 dimensions and 4 layers to it, and really it's all vibrant colors. It's done by an artist called Red Grooms. And what he's doing is basically it's going to be permanent in nature at 61 feet. Every time there's a Marlins home run or Marlins win, this gets activated. It's a mechanical feature. There's a Marlin that goes up and down, lands in simulated water. There'll be a splash effect. All the seagulls, etc., will start flapping their wings. It's very strong colors, and it'll be permanent, but the mechanical piece comes to life really after every home run. Behind home plate, we think the #1 signature piece of this ballpark will be this aquarium. 450 gallons of water on each side. The on-deck hitter will be over here. So basically the camera will focus in and you'll see different species and a really nice reef with great colors highlighting on TV every time you're seeing the pitcher, basically the pitcher to the catcher. And this will distinguish this ballpark. When people see this, they'll know they're watching a game in Miami. What we have here is when we built the sales headquarters, we wanted to build a model suite. And as you walk in, 720 square feet, people can experience the size. They can look at the finishes of the cherry wood, the quartzite stone, the millwork, the furniture that's here. even the seats directly as they would be going behind and sitting in their seats, the fans can, the parties can really get a feel for what it's like sitting down in your seat during the game. And on the screen, we can project their exact location relative to where the suite is located. So it's really helped us promote the suites and identify the amenities associated with the suite. What's really different from the facility we're in now versus 68,000, we have 22,000 seats in the lower bowl, and basically our main concourse wraps around completely. You can go around 360. Our most, probably our best features will be directly above us, which will be in left field because of the view of downtown. You're looking right through glass, and when the operable wall is open, you're going to be actually seeing right downtown. Really remarkable. So people are going to want to be right above us where that bar is. When you look at the roof, you've got 3 panels. 2 of them are already, the decking is completed, and the one that we're seeing further out, they're starting the decking. About 10% of that is done. By the end of June of this year, that will be completed. And you can see all the sports lights are already installed, the scoreboard, the ribbon boards, and basically a lot of our secondary board just to the right of us. So a lot of things are being done out of sequence, but we're trying to get us in front of the parade as much as possible. So by the time we get to December, we're really down the stretch and focus on basically installing the TVs and the furniture in each of the rooms. Right now we're standing at home plate, and when you look at the proximity to the dugouts, this is a visiting dugout. On the third base side, it'll be the home side, 55 feet from home plate. Really, a great baseball experience. The people standing right on top of the dugout couldn't be any closer. That's a real difference with this ballpark. 37,000 seats instead of 68,000, fewer than 10,000 seats at the Vista level or upper deck. Majority of our seats in the lower bowl, really tight sight lines, and all the amenities of a baseball venue. So our fans are in for a real treat come April 2012, and we look forward to having everyone join us starting April, first week of April 2012.
Great job there. Thank you for the update. Only 293 days until opening day 2012 at the new Marlins ballpark. And I know my partner here will love to, maybe you'll put the cleats on one more time, get out there.
Hey, huh? I'm thinking about it. Maybe an off season to get in shape. And
take all. You need a whole off season. You can play right now if you want to. Let's get their interactive poll, 789, as long as he doesn't get injured. One time you got hurt going, what was it, for the...
That's not well in the
you're much better. All right, let's get to this. What do you think about this? A, B, or C? Range,
like I said before, I'd like to have all of them, but if
right.
I'm going to pick one of them, strong, accurate arm to me at shortstop position, who's got the longest throw on the infield is most important. 79. Which quality do you prefer in a shortstop? Range, glove, or accurate arm? We'll have details coming up throughout the ball game as well. All right, the Florida Marlins with this tough losing skid here, losing 10 of 11. In the first part of losing skid, they weren't losing too many games to the Phillies, but that has changed. They were 2 out about a week and a half ago and almost losing a game a day here to the Phillies. The Braves all of a sudden have ran right by them thanks to sweeping the Marlins during this homestand. So the Fish now only a half game ahead of the Mets for third place, and 7 back of Philadelphia with the 4-game series coming up tomorrow night. Yeah, you can get away with a team like Philadelphia when they struggle and you're struggling at the same time. If it's only 3 or 4 or 5 games, maybe. But when you've had an extended streak like this, Philadelphia's going to get hot, and like you said, they're going to be losing a game a day, which they've done over the last few.
Marlins were 2 games out as late as June 4th. But when you only win 1 since then, eventually the Phillies and the teams above you are going to start winning some games, and that's what's happened to fall 7 out. Good news, a lot of baseball to go, including one right here at Sun Life Stadium tonight. It's Arizona and Florida, the finale of this 4-game series. Marlins trying to make it at least a 2-2 series before they head off to Philadelphia. Ricky Nolasco takes on lefty Zach Duke. Rich Waltz and Tommy Hutton getting set for the call.
Toyota, moving forward. Team. By All Year Cooling, today's comfort, yesterday's prices. And by Florida Power and Light, FPL is working to make its systems stronger, smarter, cleaner, and even more efficient. Visit FPL.com to learn more. Sun Life Stadium. Some rain this afternoon. Threat of rain actually delayed the start of this one. But we're inside the ballpark, and you can see Ricky Nolasco is warming up. That means here we go. All Year Cooling brings you the weather. Partly cloudy, 81 degrees, high humidity, and the finale of what has been a rugged homestand for the Marlins and a rough start to the month of June. The Fish 1-10 in the month of June. Diamondbacks at 36-30. Their lineup looks this way. Ryan Roberts is at third base. Kelly Johnson is at second. Justin Upton in right. Stephen Drew, the shortstop. Chris Young's in center. Miguel Montero, the catcher. Juan Miranda's at first. Gerardo Parra in left. Zach Duke will hit ninth. Warren Henry bringing you the starting lineup for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
And there is a good look at Ricky Nolasco coming off a good start. He certainly pitched well enough to have beaten the Atlanta Braves. He got a no decision. The Marlins lost 3-2, but Ricky went 7 1/3, gave up just 8 hits, a couple of runs. When he left the game, his club had not scored. He left the game trailing 2-0. So Ricky going after win number 5 on the year, and it's a matchup that's been a pretty good one for him. 5-1 in his career against Arizona. Let's see how the defense sets up. Brought to you by Warren Henry. Lomo, Coughlin, and Stanton in that outfield. Wes Helms with the start against the lefty. Bonifacio Infante up the middle. Gabby over at first. John Buck behind the plate. That's the way things set up defensively, and getting underway about 15 minutes late.
And the Diamondbacks bring Ryan Roberts to the plate. Arizona a game behind San Francisco. Those two teams open up a series, a 3-game series tomorrow night in the desert. Roberts takes a fastball up from Nolasco. Ryan Roberts, a couple homers in this series. This is a 4-game series, and the Diamondbacks have won 2 of the 3 and have won 4 of the 6 between the two teams this year. Nolasco making his 3rd start of this homestand. He did not face the Diamondbacks when the Marlins were in Arizona. In his career, 5-1 against the Snakes and 3-0 against Ryan Roberts. Tom Hallion, the crew chief behind home plate. Phil Cuzzy, Bill Miller, and James Hoy on the bases. And that's not how you draw it up. Nolasco, a leadoff walk to Roberts. We've seen the Diamondbacks enough to know that they will run. They've run with success this year.
Certainly not the way Ricky mapped out his game plan when he was down in the bullpen with Randy St. Clair. Marlins pitching coach, getting ready, working, thinking about the hitters. Now he's got to regroup against a tough lefty.
A lefty who really hurt the Marlins in Arizona, but in this series, he's just 1 of 9. Roberts not running, and Nolasco has yet to throw a strike. It's 1-0. Diamondbacks, a dangerous offensive team. A team that'll hit it out of the ballpark. A team that will steal a base on you. They'll put the game in motion. Johnson this year, a dozen homers. He hit 3 homers against the Marlins in a 3-game series just 2 weeks ago. Everything up right now from Nolasco.
It's a team also, in talking about the Diamondbacks, we've seen not only in Arizona but in this series, they'll move a runner, they'll give up an at bat and try to hit a ball the other way to move a runner. And we've seen sacrifice bunts, we've seen hit and runs put on.
There's a strike at the letters. 76 home runs for Kirk Gibson's bunch. Right now tied with Milwaukee for the National League lead. You can look at that record by Gibson at 70 and 79, 9 under. That may not be that impressive on the surface, but you go back to see what he had to work with last year. There's a breaking ball for a strike. I mean, last year, the Diamondbacks were 65 and 97. They lost 97 games last year. Under Gibson, they were just 15 under, 34 and 49. So there was a decided change when he took over from A.J. Hinch. Now it's 2-2. We'll see if Roberts is on his way. Not running, and Johnson lashes it foul.
It's interesting when you see certain managers with a decided change. I think in the American League they saw that with Buck Showalter when he took over the Orioles last year. They got off to a good start this year. They've kind of fallen back, but a different ball club.
As well as a change in managers, also a change in general managers. Kevin Towers, who had a long and very successful run in San Diego, when he interviewed Gibson in the offseason, really liked what he heard and told him, you're exactly the type of guy that this ball club needs, because Towers certainly very familiar with Arizona, being the GM in San Diego for so many years. And it was Towers, although he wasn't there last year, who really built the San Diego team that was in the race until the final day last year. Two and two. Velasco misses high, and he's gone 3-2.
Yeah, and you can bet that Ryan Roberts will be on the move now.
More pop on deck with Justin Upton.
So far, it looks like Ricky has felt more comfortable with his breaking ball than the fastball.
Roberts 9 stolen bases, caught just 4 times. 3-2 coming from Nolasco. Roberts is running. Breaking ball. Ball 4. And so the Diamondbacks now with runners first and second. Nobody out. Here's a look on Fox Tracks. And it's outside.
Off the plate, John Button wanted to give the home plate umpire, Tom Hallion, a chance to see it. But it was off the plate. And Ricky needs to regroup in a hurry. We talked about this yesterday, Rich. The importance of an outing for Ricky to go deep into the game with the series coming up in Philadelphia.
Not only with the series coming up, but with the series the Marlins have had here. They got just 5 innings out of Brad Hand yesterday, 3 2/3 out of Javi Vasquez on Saturday. So the bullpen has been ridden hard here in this series. Burke Badenhop, Steve Cishek.
Well, the good news, Ricky has gone 6 or more innings in 11 of his 13 starts.
Oh, 1. The odd thing about this start here for Nolasco is that in 86 1/3 innings, Nolasco had walked just 15 unintentionally. A couple of intentional walks in there. And so Ricky with 2 walks to start this ball game out. He's a control freak.
He hasn't had a 3-walk game this year. He's had a number of games where he's walked 2.
A shot to left. Morrison over. On a hop, he has it. Johnson on his way, or rather Roberts on his way to score. Johnson stops at second. And the Diamondbacks are on the board first. Walk, walk, and a laser beam single from Justin Upton. And for a team that is desperately looking for some momentum, the Marlins have come out and stumbled out of the gates.
You know, it looked like Upton, thinking along our lines, that Ricky has struggled throwing his fastball for strikes. He was right on that breaking ball. He wasn't fooled at all. It was almost like he said, okay, I'm going to get the breaking ball with a couple of men on, and he got it. He hit a hard line drive.
Steve and Drew coming up now with Chris Young to follow. For the Marlins, it's like that late night commercial. They have fallen and they can't get up. 1-10 in June. An even 500 record.
And no 800 number to call.
Drew's had a busy series. He has 6 hits, including his 4th homer this season. He's an interesting guy in the cleanup spot because you've got some boppers on this team with Upton and Young, and certainly Kelly Johnson with a dozen homers. Heck, the leadoff man, Ryan Roberts, has hit 10. But there is Drew sitting in the cleanup spot with 4 homers, but he's knocked in 39. And his pop-up's going to find the seats.
They have 4 guys in their lineup with 30 or more RBIs, and they're just 1 RBI from having a 5th guy. Montero has 29. So they've really spread the wealth as far as driving in runs.
Upton's at first, Johnson's at second. Nolasco with a 1-1 pitch. And there's the big curveball for a strike, 1-2.
When we see Ricky on the top of his game, he has good rhythm. He's working quickly. He really looks right now like he's uncomfortable out there and doesn't have a good feel yet, but he still has time to get out of this inning. Because when we see him click off strikeouts and throw a lot of strikes, he's working faster and he has a good rhythm.
The 1-2. Fastball in, muscled into right. Stanton plays it on a hop. They will hold Johnson, and the Diamondbacks have him loaded. There is nobody out. A run is across. And now here comes Chris Young. Now for Ricky Nolasco, this is not starting well. He opened the homestand going 6 innings against Milwaukee. He left with a 5-4 lead. The Marlins bullpen blew that lead on the Ryan Braun pinch hit homer in the 9th. Wednesday, a no decision, 7 innings and just 2 runs against the Braves. And here is Young.
Yeah, the tough part is Ricky actually made a pretty good pitch to Drew. He had shown him the breaking ball, and he jammed him with his fastball, and Drew didn't hit the ball hard, but got it into right field.
Young is a strikeout candidate. He's punched out 55 times this year. Kelly Johnson is the team leader, 76 strikeouts for Johnson. And now Ricky's got him 0-2.
Ricky's still trying to inch a little closer to the franchise record in wins, be the all-time leader. He's still 10 away from Dontrell Willis's 68.
Everything about this inning is very un-Nolasco-like. You saw the ball-to-strike ratio and even 10-10. The 2 walks to open the inning.
Well, the other unnerving statistic, he's thrown 21 pitches, and he doesn't have an out yet. So that does not bode well for trying to stay into the game in 6-7 innings.
0-2. Got him. So there's a strikeout. As he looks for a way out of this inning, he gets a foothold with an out. Now Miguel Montero, the catcher, comes up.
Let's watch and see how Ricky worked Chris Young. Slide piece for a strike. Curveball got him to hit it just off the end of the bat. Upstairs, then he came back with that curveball to get him to chase it. A good sequence. He made his pitches, and he got a big out.
Now Montero, the Venezuelan catcher, who has good power. He showed it by hitting a homer to straightaway center early in the series, and he lifts that one in the gap in right center field. That's real trouble. Gets by Coughlin, goes to the wall, will empty the bases. Johnson scores, Upton scores, Drew scores, and the Diamondbacks are off to a 4-0 start. Ouch.
Well, here we go again. We started the open on a high note, but right now here in the top of the first inning, it's not been a high note for Ricky Nolasco. Certainly has been. That fastball drifts and came back middle of the plate. Montero's been hot. He's hit the Marlins well this year. 7 for 21 against the Marlins this year. And a bases clearing double is huge.
Juan Miranda now. Miranda takes inside, the 28-year-old Cuban who spent parts of the last 3 years with the Yankees. He's been sharing time over at first base. We've seen Xavier Nady over there in this series. Nady was there in yesterday's ball game. Got the start there on Saturday night as well. Miranda, it's a fair ball. Gabby Sanchez steps on the bag. Allowed second out. And here comes Gerardo Parra.
Yeah, even that ball hit sharply. Nice play by Gabby Sanchez to move over near the line. But another pitch right there. Talk about cookies. The Diamondbacks are seeing a lot of cookies to hit here in this inning. You got Parra up there, but you have the pitcher on deck. Even though earlier this year, the end of May, Zach Duke hit his first career home run. But I think you'd rather pitch to Zach Duke than Gerardo Parra.
Well, Duke has got, anytime you are the starting pitcher and you get to hit in the first inning and you haven't thrown a pitch yet, that's a pretty good feeling. Because you know your ball club has put some runs up. Arizona's put 4 on the board.
Yeah, he's gotten to shake a lot of hands already in the dugout.
So Parra trots down to first. And here comes Duke. As Tommy pointed out, he has homered. This is only his 4th game. He broke a couple bones in his left hand in spring training when he was hit by a line drive. And so Duke a late start.
Yeah, he's only made 3 starts this year.
But a welcome addition to the Diamondback rotation, which I think all in all has performed better than many people expected this year. Big Josh Colmentor is going. Well, this is a great matchup tomorrow night for the Giants and the Diamondbacks. You got Matt Cain against Josh Colmentor.
Hudson's thrown well. We saw that yesterday. Ian Kennedy, the veteran lefty Joe Saunders.
Duke gets jammed. Morrison comes in and makes the catch. But Arizona, as they have done against the Marlins these past 2 weeks, come out and put 4 up on the board. above 500 will come to the plate with this lineup. Against the lefty, Emilio Bonifacio leads it off. The Warren Henry advantage on the lineups. Omar Infante at second. Logan Morrison just a tick under 300. Gabby Sanchez having a solid year. Mike Stanton in right. John Buck the catcher. Wes Helms the start against the lefty. Chris Coughlin all the way down to the 8th spot against Zach Duke, and Ricky Nolasco hits 9th.
Zach Duke, it seems like he's been around a real long time, but he's just 28 and has spent most of his career with the Pittsburgh Pirates. 7 career starts against the Marlins and a record of 0-5 and a 6.49 ERA. Started the year on the disabled list, a comebacker in spring training, fractured a bone in his left hand. So he's making his 4th start of the year, and career-wise, he's 46 and 71. We'll check on the scouting report. Has a big sweeping curveball. He'll cut and sink the fastball. And there's his lifetime record against the Fish. So he's hittable.
Bonifacio, Infante, and Morrison as the Marlins try to climb out of this 4-0 hole. Bonifacio has probably had the best series among the Marlins. 3 doubles, a triple, 6 hits, 6 for 11. And if you heard Edwin talking about the leadoff spot and Chris Coughlin with the lefty on the mound, Coughlin has struggled not only hitting against lefties, just flat out getting on base against lefties. Not the case for Emilio Bonifacio. From this side of the plate, .313 average and a .421 on base percentage, and it's 3-0.
Yeah, and that's exactly why against the left-hander, Bonifacio's in that leadoff spot. Coughlin hitting just .118 against lefties.
There's a strike to Bonifacio. Emilio has pumped his average up to .273. You see the numbers against Duke. Count full now.
I think Bonifacio confident enough right there that 3-1 he was just taking all the way.
Pulls that one foul. You know, with Zach Duke, he was always one of those guys that you wondered, was his record that bad because he pitched for some awful teams in Pittsburgh? And what would happen if you plugged him into a good team? 6 years in the Pirates rotation, he was 45 and 70. Tom Hallion rings up Bonifacio emphatically. That was a strike.
It was a strike. The emphatic call of Tom Hallion. Hope he doesn't pull a muscle or start doing the moonwalk.
That offseason Pilates has helped an awful lot. Here's Infante now with Morrison behind him. I mean, Duke's ERA when he was a Pirate over those 6 years was a respectable 4.54. Upton over, and he makes the catch. And you'll probably find a lot of guys with ERAs like that with winning records. In fact, one of those guys is starting for the Marlins tonight. Ricky Nolasco's career ERA is 4.38, but his record is 58 and 40.
Boy, a lot of it is timing, team you're with, how they score. Yeah, when you think about it, Duke, as a minor leaguer, when he came up with the Pirates, was 44 and 18 with an ERA in the 2s. So he blew through the minor leagues with terrific numbers.
Logan Morrison takes a strike. Not only did he blow through the minor leagues, some of the numbers were incredible. 1 year he led all of the minor leagues with a 1.46 ERA. That was in 2004. In 2005, he was the International League most valuable pitcher.
Well, he's pumping in strikes after initially falling behind Bonifacio. Nothing but strikes.
0-2. That's it. Boy, the Marlins go down meekly in the first after giving up 4 in the top of the inning.
fútbol vía Zap y es presentado por KFC.
Well, here we go to the second, and we'll see if the Marlins can find a little spark. The first inning, not so much. Ricky Nolasco walked the first two he faced, including Ryan Roberts, and that was the start of a 4-run inning. And then Zach Duke carved up a couple of Marlin hitters, including Logan Morrison, who was called out on strikes to end the first. And Nolasco faces Roberts for the second time.
A lot of curveballs because so far Ricky's missed with that fastball up. There it is again.
He's all over the place.
When you're missing the same place, it's a mechanical issue. Maybe shorten your stride, try to come through the ball a little bit more.
Roberts pops it up, and Wes Helms makes the catch. Here's Kelly Johnson now. He walked as well back in the first. Both the Diamondbacks and the Marlins opponents tomorrow have the night off. The Giants aren't playing tonight, and the Phillies have the night off. There's a rocket out to short, knocked down by Bonifacio. He gets Johnson by a step.
Yeah, the Phillies will be rested. They have Cole Hamels going. Their bullpen will be rested, but the way Hamels has pitched lately, he hasn't had to use the bullpen too much. His last 2 starts, he's gone 8 innings, each of those 2 starts.
Upton now drove in a run with a single in the first. He and a couple of his mates came around to score on Miguel Montero's 3-run double. That's the big hit of the ball game so far. And Upton shoots it foul.
Now, there have been different pitchers this year so far that have had struggles, guys who have had success. Looking at the Rockies box score last night, Ubaldo Jimenez is 1-7 this year. A good fastball. Gave up 11 hits, 7 runs, just 2 earned runs in his loss to the Dodgers last night.
Missed with the breaking ball. 2-2. Pirates have scored first against the Mets, 1-0. That's a score worth watching tonight.
And you wouldn't have thought that a while ago. There's that Todd Hellion call.
And Ricky, a 1-2-3 second.
Henry, Gerardo Parra, Chris Young, and Upton. A lot of speed. Roberts, Drew on the left side. Johnson and Miranda. Miguel Montero with a huge base hit already in this one. And Zach Duke on the mound. Brought to you by Warren Henry.
It was a rather uninspiring first by the Marlins. Emilio Bonifacio and Logan Morrison called out looking. Sanchez takes inside. Gabby Sanchez, Mike Stanton, John Buck. Gabby takes a rip at a fastball. It's 1-1.
You would think, Rich, and you would hope that some of the right-handed bats tonight would have good swings, good at bats, good approach against Zach Duke. He's not a left-hander that throws 95. He gets it to low 90s. And has a changeup, which he threw right there.
Here, the Marlins are kind of a dichotomy of a team when it comes to lefties. They're fourth in the National League in batting average against, 256. But that doesn't work out record-wise. They're just 8-10 against lefties. Sanchez gets jammed. Roberts on over to first. If you'd like a 1 in 300 chance at a new car, as Bob Barker would say, and we got a car for you, the Ford Fiesta. And all it takes is just a $100 donation to the Marlins Community Foundation. Gets you a 1 in 300 chance. There are the phone operators tonight. Billy the Marlins supervising. 305-623-6497. 305-623-6497. Mike Stanton takes inside. You get the 1 in 300 chance in the raffle. 2 tickets to the Marlins Braves game on the 21st of September. That's where they'll draw the winner. A Marlins Ford shirt and an oil change coupon. Mike Stanton with a count 1-1. Off the end of his bat. And it's 1-2. We've seen the power of Mike Stanton. We've also seen some of the youth of Mike Stanton on this homestand.
We saw a very frustrated Mike Stanton in the ball game yesterday.
Wouldn't be surprised if he woke up a few times last night with runners in scoring position because he had some frustrating ABs. Stanton drives that ball to center. Didn't get all of it, and Chris Young makes the catch. Two down. Here is John Buck. And the Mets at 7.5 back. The Marlins 7 back. The Braves continue to play well. They've won 6 in a row. Duke goes up and in and misses. It's 1-0.
Braves are playing well. The Brewers swept their series against the Cardinals, and the Brewers are a half game ahead of St. Louis in that Central Division.
And of course, the Brewers and the Braves were here before the Diamondbacks. Buck dumps one into center field.
So the only team in baseball hotter than the Atlanta Braves, the Boston Red Sox. They've won 9 straight. Good cut by John Buck. He goes down, pitch out away. He loves that pitch down a little bit, out over the plate.
Likes to get those big arms extended, Tommy. Here's Wes Helms. Coughlin on deck. And Helms flips one out into right field. Upton makes the catch, and the Marlins are done in the second. Arizona up 4-0 after 2. presented by the authority of the Marlins may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Marlins. Not that you'd want to if you were a Marlins fan at least the first 2 innings of this ball game, because it's been rather lopsided for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Stephen Drew takes a breaking ball inside.
I think Marlins fans would like to have you go back 2 innings and read that again. Start all over. No mulligans in baseball. Changeup. That's what Ricky has to do now. Start incorporating his other pitches.
Here's the 1-1. And it counts 1 and 2. Drew in his 6th year with the Diamondbacks, and his alma mater in action tonight, trying to get to the College World Series, Florida State. Tapper, Bonifacio bobbles it and drops it, and that'll be an error on the Marlins shortstop.
Yeah, congrats to the Florida Gators. They have advanced to the College World Series. I don't want to say this is routine, but Bonifacio had time once he picked that ball, just lost it in the transfer to the throwing hand. Good concentration there, but loses the grip and is charged with an error. And more importantly, the Diamondbacks get their leadoff man on base.
Here is Chris Young. Young, a strikeout victim back in the first, and it looked like that was going to be the turning point in the inning for Ricky Nolasco. He'd walked the first 2 hitters, then given up 2 hits. But he struck out Young, and he had the catcher at the plate. And at that point, a ground ball, and he could have escaped. But Montero drilled one in the gap in right center and knocked home 3. Bonifacio dives and may have overshot the runway on that dive. I think he probably could have made that play had he stayed on his feet.
If he makes the play on his feet, he might have a chance to get an out at second base. But he dives and the ball really catches it about even with his waist. It has to come back to catch it, and because of that, really doesn't have a play. It'll be an infield base hit, and all of a sudden the Diamondbacks have a couple of men on.
And that guy Montero is up again.
Well, and the hope is certainly with this inning focusing on the shortstop, the hope is tomorrow night in Philadelphia we'll see Hanley Ramirez at short, having played a couple of rehab games in the Florida State League.
And it sounds like Hanley Ramirez not only will be at short, but will also be in the leadoff spot.
Mm-hmm.
Florida State, by the way, according to one of our crack staff members,
that could be Randy Choate
getting pounded right now. No, I got it in a text message, and you can't have electronic devices in the bullpen.
Yeah, Randy Choate's been all over that series. Of course, a former Seminole.
8-1 in the 4th.
Wow. He wouldn't want to hear that that note right now.
Fly ball left field and pretty well hit. Morrison back, pulls up, and will play the carom. Around third is Drew. He will score. And that is the second RBI double for Montero. He's driven in 4 of the 5 runs. And on a night where the Marlins bullpen is very thin, Ricky Nolasco has given up 5 runs on 5 hits already.
I don't have to tell you. All you have to do is see where these pitches are that have been hit. They're out over the plate. Right now, Ricky just is not sharp.
Marlins infield kind of halfway up the middle, even at the corners, for Juan Miranda. There's nobody out here in the third, and runners second and third. Oh, and 1.
And Ricky already over 50 pitches, 52 pitches now, without an out here in the third.
Remember, Brian Sanchez and Edward Mujica on Saturday were used extensively. Mujica for 3 innings. Sanchez 2+ innings.
The hopper's ready. He just threw an inning yesterday. I don't think he'd want to use Cishek. He went a couple of innings, and he's been pretty busy the last week or so.
But as you pointed out, I've been looking back at where the Marlins have been in this series in terms of all the relievers that have had to work. You've been looking forward to Philadelphia, where anytime you go into a series there,
you know everybody's going to work.
You want to have a full complement and as many arms as you can. Slow tapper, runner comes home, and Gabby's only going to get the out at first. Chris Young can fly, and that's exactly what he was doing down the line. So he scores, and it's 6-0 right now.
I tell you, Juan Miranda can thank Chris Young for that RBI. Young got an unbelievable jump. As soon as contact was made, he took off, and there was no chance at all for Gabby Sanchez. Watch this. He's quick to the plate. No play at all for Gabby. The only play to get the out on Miranda.
Here's Parra. Parra swings and misses. He was walked intentionally back in the first, and that brought up Zach Duke.
Boy, Montero has just been tearing up the fish. He had a 5 RBI game in Arizona, and he already has 4 here tonight.
Oh, 2 coming. And it stays at 0-2.
Good series for Montero. Can't say the same for the fish. Can't say much for Ricky tonight. Ricky Nolasco, the way he has struggled. It's been a tough outing for him, and he didn't get any help from Bonifacio either to start this thing.
0-2. There's a bouncer towards Bonifacio. He'll look the runner back and get the out at first.
A little different with Montero, the catcher over there at third. Not as much speed as a Chris Young, so he wasn't going on contact.
Zach Duke coming up. Here's another look.
Yeah, one little peek. Bonifacio peeks. Make sure Montero stays at third. Gets the out.
Ricky got Duke to pop out. That ended the first. 9 men came to the plate in the first. 4 of them scored, and Duke hits a shot to right field and deep and gone. My goodness. The roof is absolutely falling in on the Florida Marlins. Zach Duke, the pitcher, just pumps a 2-run home run out of here. And it's 8-0.
That's amazing. He hit his first career home run not too long ago, the end of May. He'd never hit a home run as a Pittsburgh Pirate. And now Zach Duke has 2 career home runs and a 2-run shot there. Pretty much a no-doubter. Zach Duke this year, Rich, 2 for 7, 2 home runs and 5 RBIs.
An 8-0 Arizona lead. It's the top of the third. And they're just teeing off on Nolasco right now. Ricky's given up 7 hits. That a single by Ryan Roberts.
Boy, this is reminiscent of that start Ricky had in L.A. Remember, against the Dodgers, Ricky in 5 innings gave up 15 hits, a career high for him, and 8 runs.
You can see that's a difficult conversation right now between Edwin and Randy St. Clair. It's kind of like, well, who do you have? And they're going to go. They've got a sheet up there next to the lineup sheet that's got all the innings that the relievers have pitched this past series. How many times a guy has been up to warm up in the bullpen. And so you start thinking about, okay, maybe get a couple innings out of this guy, maybe an inning out of this guy, maybe 2 out of this guy.
And a lot of guys down there right now having that feeling that
the phone's about to ring.
The phone's going to ring and we're going to get in this game. Somebody's going to pitch in this game.
Hopper looks like he's expecting the
I think
call.
he feels his number will be called first.
Kelly Johnson has walked and has bounced out.
I wish this were well, no, then again, maybe not. You always have to be careful what you wish for. I was going to say, I wish this was Email Tuesday.
That would be tomorrow.
That would be tomorrow night. I want everybody out there to get their suggestions ready for tomorrow night, Email Tuesday, because everybody's saying this has been awful, and we totally agree. It's been terrible. But what do you do? Who do you pitch? Who do you bring in? Who do you call up? What do you do? And that's where we want some suggestions tomorrow night.
Two.
We'll pass those on to the baseball people who make those decisions.
No, we won't. We'll read them over the air.
Well, yeah, but we'll also let them know, too.
Okay. Here's the 3-2. And it's fouled at the plate.
I've already made myself angry, and I haven't even read an angry email yet.
Well, and think, I mean, if you're angry and I'm angry, just think how the front office is right now.
Well, absolutely.
And the look on Edwin Rodriguez's face right now.
Yeah, because the last thing he wanted tonight was a short outing from Ricky.
Johnson fouls that off. Nolasco already has thrown 67 pitches. 4 in the first, 4 here in the third.
Our crack staff is even angry right now.
They've just about cracked.
Who's Florida State playing, by the way?
Was it Texas A&M?
I think it is, yes. I think it is.
It's in Tallahassee.
Well, if they're down 8-1, they're angry, too.
Nolasco walks Kelly Johnson. Here comes Justin Upton. Still no one throwing in the Marlins pen, but it looks like that's about to change.
Remember the way you described Zach Duke coming up in the first inning and having not even gone out and pitched. Remember, he came up, he hit a fly ball to left field. Zach Duke's been up twice. He's homered, and Ricky Nolasco hasn't come to the plate yet. So that's a reverse feeling on the other end.
Well, the phone hasn't rung yet, and we've laid it out for you. The Marlins bullpen has been used a lot in this series on this homestand and has pitched very well. The bullpen has probably been the bright spot for the Marlins in what has been a forgettable homestand. But the Marlins are headed to Philadelphia. Not only to Philadelphia, but the Fish have 4 games in just 3 days coming up. As well, it looks like one of those starts will be taken by someone coming up from the minor leagues.
And you know, in an outing like that, you anticipate using your bullpen, especially in Philadelphia against a pretty good lineup.
Here's the 1-0 to Upton.
So the bottom line is it doesn't get easier. The Marlins will go into Philadelphia without a number 1 pitcher, without a number 2 pitcher in that series. And they'll face 3 pitchers
who are number 1s.
Who are number 1s. Hamels, Halladay, and Lee.
It's almost as if Randy St. Clair went to the mound and told Ricky Nolasco, Ricky, look, we don't have anybody up in the bullpen. You got to get through this inning. Because although we've seen some guys stretching, no one has picked up a glove and started to throw. This is the 3rd at bat for Upton.
They have guys that have been up for the 3rd time. Upton's the 3rd hitter that's been up 3 times, and Chris Coughlin and Ricky Nolasco haven't hit yet.
Count still 1-2. Into center field. That's a base hit. Coughlin will pick it up, and that'll chase home another run. So Roberts scores. Johnson stops at second. And Justin Upton is 2 for 3 with 2 RBI singles. Here comes Stephen Drew.
We're talking, Rich, about that bullpen, about the only bright spot. And there's the record on the homestand as you see some of the video, but the left on base, the batting average, runners in scoring position. The bullpen has an 0-3 record, but an ERA of 2.27. So one of the bright spots on this homestand, and there have not been many.
Stephen Drew's 3rd at bat of the night, 2nd at bat of the inning, and he fouls it off. So 5 runs are across here in the 3rd.
Keep in mind, Ricky Nolasco came into this game 5-1 with a 3.37 ERA and 6 career starts against the Diamondbacks.
And 4-1 on the season overall with an ERA of under 4.
And also against Arizona, 2-0 in this ballpark in his 2 starts with an ERA a little over 1. So all the numbers didn't add up correctly for Ricky tonight.
Oh, 2.
This is the kind of game that you look down the road, you might see a position player pitch, but there aren't a whole lot of those guys left either.
No, the Marlins have just 4 on their bench.
And it's a kind of game that you might pull a guy out to get somebody in that hasn't played a whole lot to give him some ABs, but you don't have a whole lot in your hand.
Fastball swung on and missed. And the Diamondbacks have a 9-0 lead. Sonic, get your hands on 4 premium beef hot dogs, now just $1.99. By 5 Hour Energy, fixes tired fast, one shot, back to work, problem solved. And by Marooney, when you need a car, truck, or van, who are you going to call? 1-877-MAROONEY.
Let me pop one of those 5 Hour Energy drinks right now.
Did you bring enough for everybody?
Crack staff and all.
Chris Coughlin, Ricky Nolasco, and Emilio Bonifacio, and Zach Duke throws a strike to Coughlin. Duke worked a 1-2-3 first, gave up a 2-out single to John Buck, and so far he's been outstanding. Out of Midway, Texas. The pitch is fouled off.
Realize the previous worst homestand in Marlins history was in 1999. They were 2-11.
It could not have felt any worse than this.
No.
Coughlin fouls that one off his foot, because I don't think that team that year was ever near 10 games over 500.
No, to go to 10 games over and to be at 500 coming into tonight, 15-21 at home, and to have the Mets right now have been playing pretty good baseball. The Mets are a half a game behind the Marlins.
Coughlin rolls it up the middle. Johnson flips to first, and Chris is out. And Nolasco has to come to the plate here. Badenhop is still warming up, and it may be that Ricky is going to hit and then leave the game, because you don't want to burn a position player here. You only have 4 on the bench, and obviously it's the 3rd inning. Nolasco takes down low, and it's 1-0. The Mets, by the way, are losing 2-0 to the Pirates. That's in the bottom of the 6th. Zach Duke's old team. Pirates flirting with 500. Something they've not done since, 1992, last winning season in Pittsburgh.
They got to it a few days ago, and then they kind of dropped back. They're a couple of games under right now.
Nolasco swings and drives it down the left field line. Ricky's got himself a double.
First double of the year, second base hit of the year. Just drops the head of the bat on that sweeping curveball down and in, and finds that left field corner.
Bonifacio takes outside. For the Marlins, the first time through against Zach Duke, have a couple of hits. Problem is, the Diamondbacks have gone through their lineup twice, plus 4 hitters, and they've got 9 runs on 8 hits.
9 runs, 5 earned runs. 4 of those runs unearned. That error by Bonifacio. That's amazing. You never know how that inning's going to go if Bonifacio makes that play.
Into center field, Nolasco station to station. Will stop at third. And so a spark of life here in the third, and up comes Omar Infante. Infante lined out to right his first time up. Marlins obviously have a long way to go. Duke misses. It's 1-0. Four for 13 in this series. Infante's actually had a decent homestand at the plate.
He's got more hits than anybody.
13. Gabby Sanchez has a dozen. John Buck with 10 hits on the homestand. It's 3-0. Logan Morrison on deck. Marlins right now at 32 and 32. But it sure doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, it's one of those numbers that if you looked at in spring training maybe and said, hey, middle of June, you 500 team, you figure, well, you're in it, you're staying in contention. But you're right. It's a whole different feel to this 32 and 32.
There are June swoons, and then there are the Marlins right now at 1-10 in June.
This is pretty much more than a swoon. This is like a drought that South Florida's having right now.
What's worse than a swoon? A monsoon? Count still full. And Infante will see another 3-2 pitch. So the hopper is warmed up and ready to go.
Yeah, he'll be coming in.
Look at Reed Cornelius, the bullpen coach. He, together with Randy St. Clair and Edwin, before every game, they go over the list of who's available, who might they be able to squeeze an inning out of. Infante drives it left center field. That ball's deep. That ball is off the wall. Bonifacio got a good jump. Round third, he comes. He's going to score. And the Marlins have their first 2 of the night. Well, that's a start.
Well, you have to start somewhere, and the Marlins have had better at-bats, better swings here in this inning. And it got started with the one-out double by Ricky Nolasco. There's a high fastball. It's our checkers double of the game. And Infante continues a nice homestand, his 14th hit on the homestand. Gets into a deep part of the ballpark. There are guys, there used to be a saying that big man territory out there. You got to be a big guy to hit it out there. And Infante does pick up 2 RBIs up.
Now Morrison with the count 0-1. Logan Morrison called out on strikes in the first. Ball and a strike. Turned on that one, and it's 1-2. Morrison 5 hits on the homestand, including a homer. Got an RBI out there at second right now at Infante. He fights that one off foul. Breaking ball, ground ball. And that goes to Johnson at second. Infante now occupies third. Gabby Sanchez is up. The Marlins, if you're wondering, twice have come from behind to win games in which they were down by 7 runs. But they have never come from behind to win a game down 9 runs.
It's one of those situations that we are early enough. Part of me wants to say there's plenty of time, but the other part of me has seen the way the Marlins have hit this homestand. So there'd have to be a drastic turnaround with runners in scoring position to come close to making that happen. And also it'd have to be a tremendous outing from the bullpen. And we've seen in the past the Hopper come in and take one for the team, maybe go 4 or 5 innings if necessary.
Count goes to 3-0. Mike Stanton is on deck. Duke throws a strike. When you're down 9-2 in the bottom of the third, 3-0, automatic take.
Automatic. You don't even have to look for the sign. On the other hand, Charles Nagy, the pitching coach with the Diamondbacks, can't be all that pleased with the way Duke is pitching out there.
Well, here comes Mike Stanton. And Miguel Montero out to talk to Zach Duke. Stanton hit a fly ball to deep center field his first time up.
Mike with his 16 home runs, tied for 4th in the league. Matt Kemp has been absolutely on fire. Matt Kemp of the Dodgers has 20.
Ground ball, base hit, center field. Stanton drives in a run. And so the Marlins make it 9-3. We'll see if that pumps some life into this ball club. Here comes Nagy.
Like a changeup out over the plate. Mike stayed back on it. It's that ground ball. He hits the hardest ground balls, I think, in the league, too.
Here's Buck now. He singled back in the second inning. So it's 9-3. Buck pulls that one on the ground. Wide of third.
I'll tell you another area of the Marlins game that's been a plus on this homestand has been the ball boy down the third baseline. He's had a good series. He's made some nice plays. I'm trying to find the positives for this homestand.
Up. 1-1. Kirk Gibson kind of looking up at the scoreboard, doing the math. A 9-0 lead is now a 9-3 lead. And Buck hits a high pop-up. Montero just for a look. Just before the ball game, we had a feature on the New Marlins ballpark. Claude Delorme was talking about the distance between home plate and both dugouts, and it's, what do you say, 55 feet, which is closer than home plate is to the mound. The dugouts are going to be right tight. Not a lot of foul ground. 2-2. It's obvious how the Diamondbacks are pitching Buck. Everything is in. They don't want him to get those arms extended. And Duke strikes him out. Marlins leave a couple, but they score 3. Take a small bite out of this Diamondback lead. of the Marlins in the fourth. Again, this is one of those nights where if you want to get in, a 1 in 300 chance on winning that Ford Fiesta. It all benefits the Marlins Community Foundation, and all the money goes back into South Florida youth. 305-623-6497, 305-623-6497. The drawing will be on the 21st. You get 2 game tickets for that Marlins-Braves game. Now you see the look on the face of the Hopper as he comes in. And his assignment is try to keep it at 9-3.
And as many innings as possible.
So that means early strikes. And there's strike 1 to Chris Young with Miguel Montero and Juan Miranda coming up. Badenhop, an inning in yesterday's ball game. A scoreless inning. Got Young to bounce out.
This type of game, this type of appearance for the Hopper will give him more things to talk about the next time we mic him up during BP. A little more serious out there now, though.
Yeah, he's a completely different guy.
Oh, yeah.
How he pitches tonight affects not only this game, but it might affect tomorrow night's game as well. Because if the Marlins can squeeze 3 innings out of Badenhop, Randy St. Clair may be able to save an arm or 2 for the start of that 4-game, 3-day series in Philadelphia. Yeah, it will be an entertaining email Tuesday tomorrow night. Anything else you want to solicit from the fans? You want suggestions?
Well, reason I'm saying suggestions, that fans always have great ideas, and they always say do this, do that, but you got to have a plan, though. It's not just that easy.
Didn't miss by much. And Badenhop has walked Chris Young.
Let's see if it's outside.
Yep, it was.
Of course, the Hoppers' finest moment this year back on May 16th at Citi Field. Getting the win and driving in the run himself.
Well, if Hopper is effective in this inning, he will get a chance to swing the bat. He's due up third in the Marlins half of the fourth. Montero.
I have a feeling, though, Rich, we may get some of those dark side emails tomorrow night. May have some angry emails.
That's okay.
We'll handle it.
That's why we're here.
That's why we're here.
Just think if
we're here to be the sounding board.
Just think if the Heat had email Tuesday. Here's the 0-1. That one's headed to the wall as well. And Miguel Montero is playing racquetball with the wall here at Sun Life Stadium. His 3rd double tonight.
He is 3 for 3 with 3 doubles. He has 4 RBIs. 2 of the doubles off that left field wall, the other one into the right center field gap. But he's making it look easy. Pitch out over the plate. He's not trying to pull it. Of course, come to think of it, the Heat will have Tuesday night available for emails.
But that's, you know, it's one of the things. When we started email Tuesdays, Tommy, we made a pledge that we would take the good ones and
yes, we did,
and the angry ones.
Yes, we did.
on the good nights and the bad nights. Here's Miranda. Infield's in. A chopper into center field. That's a base hit. Runner coming home. Coughlin's throw home. And scoring with a dive is Miguel Montero.
A little surprised at that. Taking a chance. You get a lead like they have. And that's, to me, that's borderline. Usually you start going 90 feet at a time, but Montero at second base. Coming around John Buck and touching that plate with his hand.
Almost looked like Buck was almost inviting contact there. I mean, John had the line straddled with Montero coming home.
Right about now, there are probably a lot of Marlins who would like a little contact. To me, this would be a club, and this is the last time the Marlins will see the Diamondbacks this year. If they were a club, let's say, in the division, and you got pounded a few games like they have in the two series, this is a club you'd want to move some feet around, as the term goes. Back a few guys off the plate. They've been very aggressive. They've taken big cuts. But in the game today, it's a little different because the way the schedule is set up, this is the last time the Marlins and Diamondbacks play all year.
Breaking ball misses away. From the Diamondbacks' point of view, they had just seen Zach Duke go out there with a 9-0 lead, give up 3 runs, and were a home run away from having the lead cut down to 3. The Marlins left a couple up the middle. Infante clubs it, fires it over to first. Let's flip the phone, and here it is. AT&T trivia question. 78 draft, first rounders. Kirk Gibson was the 12th overall draft in 78. Who hit more career homers than Gibson? So the first rounders who hit more career homers than Gibson in 78.
From that 78 draft class. And Gibson, we told you the other night, hit 255.
One pitch swung on and missed. Does your phone have an app for first round draft picks or baseball draft of years past? Can you like pull up the 78 draft?
Well, I could choose to do so on my phone or my iPad. So what year was that draft, Rich?
78. 02. See, that's a question that's...
Yeah, we got Bob Horner was the first player picked that year.
A swing and a miss by Zach Duke. That's a question that is specifically designed for an iPad, a smartphone, or a computer, right? I mean, there's no way any living human being is going to know that off the
That's right.
top of their head.
You got Lloyd Mosby.
Or even after any thought.
Hubie Brooks, a couple of terrific major league players. Hubie Brooks out of Arizona State.
Well, he didn't hit more homers than Gibson.
No. Neither did Mosby.
But I like the Bob Horner one.
Yeah. You got some pitchers in there. Andy Hawkins, Phil Lansford. You got Gibson, the 12th pick.
Was Phil Lansford Carney's brother?
You got Tom Brunansky. That's a power hitter. He hit a few home runs.
Roberts fouls it back.
Nick Isaski?
No.
How about Rex Hudler in that draft, first round?
Wonder Dog did not hit.
Wonder Dog did not hit that many home runs.
A lot of home runs. He may have hit a few in Japan, but.
And Buddy Biancalana, a first-round pick, did not hit that many home runs.
Buddy Biancalana. That one bobbled by Coughlin out in center as Roberts knocks home another run.
So just like that, the Diamondbacks get those 3 runs back quickly. So I like the Bob Warner.
Tom Brunansky would be borderline.
That would be borderline, but I think he would have hit more home runs than Lloyd Mosby or Hubie Brooks. Mike Morgan, another guy in that draft pick, fourth player picked.
Didn't he pitch for like 11 or 12 teams?
Yes, set the record. Could probably find that on the iPad too.
I think he broke the record of, I want to say Ken Brett, but I think Matt Stairs broke Mike Morgan's record. Hasn't Stairs been with like 13 teams? See, now we're just asking ourselves questions to amuse ourselves.
Stairs certainly for a position player.
But Morgan for a pitcher, huh? All right, I'll look up Stairs. You look up Morgan.
Morgan was on 13 different teams. And the last team he pitched for, the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Wow, there you go. It all comes together, doesn't it?
All comes together. The A's, the Yankees, Blue Jays, Mariners, Orioles, Dodgers, Cubs, Cardinals, Reds, Twins. Cubs again, so 12 teams. And Texas and Arizona.
$12 teams for Stairs.
So they're tied right now.
Now hold on. There's a recount. Swing and a miss.
Well, we are in Florida.
Yes. Apparently was a hanging Chad in Toronto in 08. Marlins. All right, let's flip the phone and answer all the trivia questions we've been asking ourselves. Of the first rounders in 78, who hit more homers? Think Gibby?
Brunansky hit the most. How about that?
271. And Bob Horner did not hit more than Kirk Gibson.
I would have guessed that Horner hit more. He had Bob Horner had a 4-homer game in his career.
Here's Wes Helms. So here's the hanging Chad on Matt Stairs. It's 13 teams if you count the Nationals and the Expos as two different teams. but it's the same organization.
Yeah, but I would go with that. Two teams, different uniforms, different city.
Okay.
I would go with that.
All right. So say if a guy pitched for the Helms fouls it off. If a guy pitched for Washington in the 60s and then came back and played for the Rangers.
Two different teams.
Two different teams. All right, so Stairs at 13 then.
Yeah.
And you had Morgan at 12?
Yeah. He was, I first looked and I had 13, but he was with the Cubs twice.
One, two. Helms takes outside. Zach Duke getting Helms, Coughlin, and then probably Badenhop. 12-3 Diamondbacks. And Helms strikes out. Here comes Coughlin. Coughlin bounced to second back in the third inning. Two-1 Pittsburgh over the Mets now in the eighth. Milwaukee and the Cubs scoreless in the fourth. Houston actually has a lead against Atlanta. They haven't had many leads in that series. It's 2-0 Houston in the bottom of the third. Hunter Pence is homer.
Tough to have leads. They faced Tommy Hanson last night. The Astros did. In 7 innings, Hanson gave up 3 hits and a run and had 14 strikeouts. And I thought it was interesting. Freddie Gonzalez using Johnny Venters for the save.
Moved Dan Uggla up in the lineup.
Dan Uggla has hit second, had a couple of hits, a home run. So it looks like maybe the former Marlin is turning the corner a little bit.
Well, Venters just looked dynamite when the Marlins saw him here on this homestand. Of course, seemingly everyone standing 60 feet away from home plate has looked pretty good. 3-2. Coughlin pulls it foul. Hanley Ramirez slated to return to the ball club tomorrow night. And as you heard Edwin, along with Craig Minervini and Jeff Conine talk, it sounds like he's headed for the leadoff spot. Coughlin sends a fly ball towards the line. Parra covers a lot of ground, and he makes a running catch. And the way Edwin said it was, ideally, you'd like to have Chris Coughlin as your leadoff man and Hanley Ramirez as your number 3 hitter. That would be the best case scenario. But he also said that he has to deal with the reality, and the reality is that both of those hitters have struggled in those roles this year. Hanley hitting just .210. And of course, Coughlin is average around or under .240 as Badenhop fouls a pitch off.
You know, you can pick apart a lot of areas, and it tells a story. I mean, if you go to even the bench this year has not performed the way people had hoped. Wes Helms not having a strong year. Scott Cousins struggling coming off the bench. Ozzie Martinez really should be playing every day somewhere.
Hopper, left field and deep. That's off the left fielder, Parra. And Burke Badenhop has a double.
Well, the hottest spot in the lineup tonight is the number 9 spot. Ricky Nolasco double. The Hopper with his first career double. Saying, fellas, this is how you do it. It's a solid swing. I love the way he tosses the bat away like he's Done it 1,000 times.
And Parra, I think, was so surprised by it. He muffed the ball on the track, and it could have gone as an error. But Hopper's going to get himself a double. Here's Bonifacio. Go figure.
It's a crazy game. I don't think we have to tell you that.
So some emailer right now is constructing an email for tomorrow night after you had said send us your suggestions, and that emailer wants Hopper in the lineup every night. Game-winning hits, double the left center. Even look at. He even has the batting glove in each hand to avoid the wrist injury
when he slides.
Bonifacio, that's a fair ball. Hopper won't have to slide. He will trot home. And Bonifacio with his 4th double of the series. I think you have to consider him as a bright spot if you're searching for them on this series.
Not only in this series, but against his former team, the Diamondbacks. He has 12 hits this year against the Diamondbacks in 24 at-bats. So he's hit .500 against Arizona this year in the series in the desert and the series here in South Florida. And 11 hits on the homestand.
Now Infante, who chased home 2 runs with a double. That's a base hit. Bonifacio around third. They're going to send him to the plate. Here comes the throw from Parra. It's on the money, and Bonifacio is out at the plate with the Marlins down by 8 runs. Gerardo Parra with a laser beam. And that is all she wrote. By 8. Gerardo Parra has one of the best throwing arms in all of baseball, and for some reason the Marlins sent Emilio Bonifacio on that single to left field.
Look at he has 5 assists on the year. For a left fielder, probably the strongest throwing arm of any left fielder in the league. And you just can't make that error in a game that's 12-4. Just can't do it.
It's tough to know what to say after that.
Rich, I got a great email.
All right,
and
thank
you know,
you. Thank you.
Yeah, this will really help out in this 12-4 game too. From one of our favorites, formerly in the Marlins front office, Nancy Olson. And Nancy was reminding us of that '99 awful homestand. And she said she remembered it very well. John Henry owned the ball club at the time. Called a special meeting in the conference room of all the employees after the last game of the homestand, because it was so bad, the homestand. He thanked them for all the hard work that they had done. He said it wasn't your fault. And then he said, and I remember this now, reading this, he said that we should all go visit a real ballpark. And he took the staff to Wrigley Field when the Marlins went and played the Cubs.
Here is Stephen Drew. Stephen Drew has singled, reached on an error, and struck out. In a 12-4 game, Burke Badenhop is into his second inning in relief.
So, Nancy, we thank you for that reminder.
On the ground, Infante cuts it off and makes the throw to first. If you've just happened by what has been a painful homestand for the Marlins has taken a turn for the worse. You can imagine that. Ricky Nolasco went 3 innings, gave up 8 hits, 9 runs, 5 of them earned, walked 4, struck out 3. Badenhop has given up 3 runs, all of them earned. Chris Young is up. Young tonight has struck out, has an infield hit, has walked, has scored twice. The big hits tonight, you can start with Miguel Montero, the catcher for the Diamondbacks. He's got 3 doubles and has driven in 4. Justin Upton, a couple of RBI hits. The pitcher, Zach Duke, got in on the fun with a 2-run homer. A liner fair into the corner. Young has extra bases. Morrison picks it off the wall. 2-out double.
I just can't imagine the Diamondbacks staying this hot as the year goes on, but they have been as hot as you can get in both series.
Well, here is Mr. Double himself, Miguel Montero. Jam Lexus presents our leaders of the game. Runs scored. Reds and Cardinals have been out front of the pack all year, but the Diamondbacks are creeping up. They may get there tonight. Coughlin deep, and he makes the catch. Bottom of the 5th, halfway through the Subway 5th inning.
12-4. We go to the bottom of the fifth, but a terrific series for Kirk Gibson's D-backs. He was a terrific player, and Kirk Gibson is enjoying his role, maybe as close to playing his role as manager of Arizona.
I try and lead and set a standard and bring us together towards a common goal, and stay patient, stay determined, and get the team to do so.
Yeah, he's the sixth manager in Arizona history, and some of that fire certainly is playing very well for this Arizona club, along with his great staff, as we talked about all series. They seem to almost develop the personality of their coaching staff, led by Gibson, who was an interim guy last year and earned a 2-year contract in the offseason with the club option for a 3rd year.
Yeah, he's certainly a guy that if you think of the managers in baseball today and think of how many old school guys there are managing in the game, Kirk Gibson, an old school player who isn't that far removed from his playing days as a manager.
That's a good thought and a good question. There's some in-betweeners, old school, new school guys, but he certainly falls into that old school category, and he brings that to the table. I like the way he references all to a common goal, and that common goal is playing hard and win as many games as possible. Keep it simple.
Logan Morrison takes outside, and it's 2-2. Morrison was probably in as much disbelief as we were when Bonifacio came around third and was sent home by third base coach Joe Espada on that base hit in the 4th. And Morrison bangs one into center field, a base hit. Bonifacio was thrown out by Gerardo Parra. That ended the 4th, and of course puzzling because the Marlins down by 8 at the time. So Gabby Sanchez and Mike Stanton will also make plate appearances here. The Marlins will continue to try to do some damage against Zach Duke. And it's 1-0. We were trying to, I guess, throw out names and talk about who the Marlins might have as that starter in Philadelphia. And it's been a discussion over the last week because everybody knew that with the day-night doubleheader that Edwin was down a starter. He's got Brad Hand up here from Double-A right now in the rotation in the absence of Josh Johnson. And Chris Sampson, one of those guys that we thought might be a candidate, but he's started for New Orleans tonight and has already thrown 4 innings. So that probably takes him out of the equation.
Yeah, and we talked over the weekend. I believe Tom Kohler, one of the other names in that equation, pitched over the weekend and did not pitch well, gave up 6 runs. So that kind of narrows it down to Eli Villanueva.
There's a liner into left. So a couple of loud hits here in the 5th.
Yeah, believe it or not, the Marlins now with 10 base hits
They've swung
in this game.
They have swung the bats pretty well here tonight. Here's Stanton now, who was flied out and has an RBI single.
Right now, Zach Duke is just in a, especially with the last 3 innings have gone for him, he's in a survival mode just to try to get 5 innings with his club up by 8 runs. But that could change quickly.
Stanton pulls that one foul.
See, another good play by the ball boy down there. Is that a good homestand?
It's got to be a spot for him in Greensboro, Jupiter.
At least extended spring.
It may be an invitation to minor league camp. 1-1. Stan got tied up by the breaking ball. Michael with 40 driven in, 16 homers, got the 14 doubles. Logan Morrison and Gabby Sanchez have opened the inning with base hits.
Yeah, the two Marlin RBI leaders, Gabby with 41, and you mentioned the 40 that Mike has. Boy, the leader in the National League, who's just been on fire, Prince Fielder, has 58 RBIs. He's hit 8 home runs, Prince Fielder has, in his last 10 games. And the Marlins saw some of that damage.
Yes, they did. In fact, Ricky Nolasco saw some of that damage 2 starts ago. Two coming. And that pop-up's going to find the seats. Leo Nunez in the bullpen. Whether he's throwing just to throw or throwing to come in the game, not sure. I would suspect he's just throwing to throw.
I would guess the same thing.
Stanton hits a deep drive, but it's hooking foul.
Wow.
Not foul by much, but that way up there. And the count's still 2-2. Out of frame. To left. Para off the wall. Morrison around third. Gabby will stop. Morrison thought it was a home run. He had started his trot. Stan didn't think it was a home run. Mike was running hard. But for some reason, Morrison thought it was a home run. He was trotting around third base.
Well, he's seen Mike Stanton hit fly balls deep for a long time, and I don't think Mike got all that. Obviously, if he gets all that, it's in the upper deck. The changeup probably got it on the end of the bat, and that shows how absolutely strong he is. Off the end of the bat, he still hits it off the wall. No play for Para, but remember the strong throwing arm. He plays it nicely and gets it back in a hurry.
So Charles Nagy, the pitching coach for the Diamondbacks, is out there. It's 12-5 now. And Micah Owens is up.
Now, the Marlins, especially the last 3 innings, have not been fooled at all by Zach Duke.
John Buck has singled and struck out. And he hits a mammoth pop-up.
Well, you got a good pitch, too.
Johnson makes the catch. So an out here in the bottom of the 5th. Here comes Helms. I mean, it's all hindsight now, and you can't really reconstruct innings. But if you do the what if the Marlins don't send Bonifacio to try to score in the 4th? The Marlins have followed, or did follow, with 3 consecutive hits.
And you're right, it is hindsight because you don't know if they're going to get the same pitches.
Right.
By the way, the double, number 15 for Mike Stanton. Mike now has 33 extra base hits That ties him for third in the National League. Fielder has 37, Kemp has 35, and he's tied with Reyes and Chris Young.
Well, there's 2 runs out there that the Marlins obviously would love to pick up, but picking the runs up would at least be a step towards solving the runners in scoring position crisis. It's almost like after every game you expect Ted Koppel to pop up. Here's the 1-1.
Well, we saw Jerry Springer pop up in L.A.
Day 9, Marlins offense. In crisis.
Wolf Blitzer.
A lot better tonight, 6 for 9. In the dirt, you got Coghlan on deck.
Yeah, I think it's a must to, you don't always have that situation, but to pick up these 2 runs. You've got an opportunity. You got the infield back. Got 3-1 pitch coming to Wes Helms. Let it fly, Wes. Let it fly.
He does, and he drives it into right center field. That falls for a base hit. 1 run will score. Espada probably would have tackled Stanton had he tried to score. I don't think Joe wants to have another one thrown out at the plate under these conditions. We'll see if Kirk Gibson is starting to get a little itchy now with Duke here in the 5th.
Well, he does let it fly. Better swing, a little bit off the end of the bat, so it drops in front of the right fielder, Justin Upton.
And as you pointed out, Duke is just trying to get through this 5th inning.
I'll tell you what, that's not a concern right now of Kirk Gibson.
I know.
And the only reason he's out there now is because there's a left-hander at the plate.
1 out. Coghlan's up. And it's 1-0. Yeah, because remember the words of Kirk Gibson that we just heard. The common goal, and that's the team goal of winning the ball game. He probably isn't too worried about whether Zach Duke gets the win, rather that his team gets the win. Young comes in and makes the catch. Stanton bluffs, and the throw is cut. And so Coghlan is retired. This is the pitcher spot. It looked like Gibson was ready to come out and make a change right there. Ozzie Martinez is coming to the plate.
Now that was a big out for Duke to keep the fly ball shallow enough that the run couldn't come in from third.
One-0 pitch to Ozzie coming. It's been a struggle for Ozzie at the plate. We talked about Martinez and Scott Cousins, guys that are used to playing every day.
Now you have one guy hitting 135 and the other guy hitting 111. And that's tough when you're the manager and those are the guys you're relying on off your bench.
One and two. It's a 12-6 game in the bottom of the fifth. Ground ball, base hit. Ozzie delivers the run. And so the Marlins have actually cut it down to a 5-run lead now. And here comes Bonifacio.
I remember when Ozzie Martinez came up last year. In 14 games, he wasn't in a pinch hitting role. He got to play a little bit. Hanley was on the shelf. He played 14 games. He had 326. He did a good job. So here comes a man that has that common goal. Part of that common goal isn't getting Zach Duke a win. It's getting his team a win.
That's right. His team is the common one. Duke is the one that exits now. Here's a Marooney call to the head.
Truck or van. Who you gonna call? Marooney!
Seven. Micah Owings now against Bonifacio. Owings, the hard-throwing right-hander, almost hits Bonifacio.
He had some time with the Diamondbacks in 07 and 08. Actually started a number of games and then moved on and pitched some with the Cincinnati Reds.
Known around baseball as one of the best hitting pitchers in the game.
Fastball pretty much upper 80s. He'll cut it. A lot of cutters. Use a changeup and a breaking ball.
One coming. Look out.
More than likely one of those cutters that just ran in and sawed off Bonifacio.
And the broken bat, the business end of it, went about 12 rows into the seats. Man, that's scary. And thankfully it looks like everybody is okay. So the count's 1-2. Bonifacio strikes out. Owings ends the inning. Marlins put 3 on the board. It's 12-7. baseball All-Star Game history are going head-to-head to determine which is the most memorable of all time. Go to MLB.com/moments and vote now for your favorite Midsummer Classics, and tune into the 2011 MLB All-Star Game on Tuesday, July 12th, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, here on Fox, and find out who won.
It's a little bit of a good news, a bad news situation. I think the good news, you look at this appearance by Leo Nunez. Last time he pitched was June 5th. So over a week ago, it was against the Brewers. Had a nice inning, had a strikeout through just 9 pitches. The bad news part of this, because this is a good inning, he can get some work, get himself ready for that series in Philadelphia. The bad news is if he has an inning in which he's out there for a long time and has to throw 30 or so pitches.
Change up, Juan Miranda fouls it off.
But you like the fact that he's out there. Hopefully he gets a clean inning, a quick inning, and feels sharp and gets himself ready for Philly.
One coming. Nunez misses up. Nunez's injury is the type of injury that is really a ticklish one with a manager and a general manager, because, you know, if a guy is hurt and he's going to be out for, you say, 5 to 7 days, you can't disable him, because then you would lose him for 2 weeks. But then always in the back of your mind is that, what if you get a week out and he's still not ready? You've gone a week with one less guy, and everybody in baseball faces it. It happens every day in the game with just about every team.
Yeah, it's one of those general managers' dilemmas that you're right, they all deal with.
Three and two. Ricky Nolasco went the first 3. 8 hits, 9 runs, 5 earned. Burke Badenhop the next 2. 4 hits, 3 runs, all earned. Zach Duke couldn't get out of the 5th inning, and now Nunez has walked Miranda. Duke goes 4 2/3. 13 hits. And of those 13 hits, the Marlins have 7 runs, all of them earned. It's amazing how, as a pitcher, you can be staked to a 9-0 lead.
And part of that, he helped himself. He hit a 2-run home.
And you've got that 9-0 lead going into the bottom of the 3rd, and you can't get 9 outs and get the win.
I said it earlier, the number 9 spot's been a hot spot. Nolasco's doubled, Badenhop's doubled. Ozzie Martinez had an RBI pinch hit single. And in the 9th spot for the Diamondbacks, Duke's 2-run homer in the 3rd.
Stroke to right, and it falls for a base hit. Gerardo Parra puts runners at the corners. And this is a little bit of the scenario that you pointed out for Nunez. You'd like him to, you know, throw between maybe 15 and 20 pitches and have a nice clean in and out.
Look at Randy St. Clair reminding everybody out there, hey, he's a good hitter. And Owings is a good hitter.
John Buck pointing into the dugout. The Marlins are going to bring their infield in. Grounded to 3rd. Runner comes home. Throw to the plate. Buck tags the runner. And the Diamondbacks have runners at 1st and 2nd. So that's a nice out to get for Nunez.
You know, it's one of those different circumstances, different score, different part of the game. You might go for 2 because it's a sure double play ball as well if you go to second. But if you go to second, get the double play, they get another run, and you just don't want to allow another run at this time. So a wise choice by Wes Helms. 1 down.
Ryan Roberts. Nunez throwing 96. That's a good sign, and it's 0-1. Roberts has a couple of hits, has scored a couple of runs. 13 hits for both sides.
And the good part of all this, if Leo gets out of this inning unscathed and doesn't have to throw a whole lot of pitches and gets his treatment after the game, then he'll feel good about his outings or when he's called on in Philadelphia.
Runner goes. That's a strike. Gerardo Parra with the stolen base. It's a 5-run game. And the way this game has gone,
yeah,
I think the Diamondbacks are within their baseball rights.
I understand that.
To take any base,
they've
steal
seen,
any base.
Seen the way the Marlins have put up 3 runs, 1 run, another 3 runs.
That's on Leo Nunez for not even checking on him. Threw a pretty good changeup there. It's 2-2.
He's wondering a couple of things. How could Roberts not swing at that pitch? And was it a strike? I don't think it was, but it was sure close.
He swung at that one.
He came back with it again. So you may be patient on one, but you're not going to be patient on another one. Actually, that one was further out of the strike zone than pitch number 4.
Kelly Johnson now has walked twice and has struck out. Leo Nunez in an odd spot here. When's the last time that Leo Nunez pitched in the 6th inning in a 5-run game? Probably Kansas City.
I don't know if our crack staff is up for that one right now.
I don't know if our crack staff is even up.
He's even up.
Changeup is outside. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. So Nunez is a strike away from having a nice, clean 19-pitch inning. One-two changeup. Got him. There it is. Yeah, a little excitement. Some base runners, but Nunez, a scoreless inning in the books. Good to see him back on the mound. Marlins with a lot of work to do. Down 12-7.
español vía Zap y es presentado por KFC.
Bueno, Cookie and Raul join us now. Guys, just when you thought it couldn't get any worse for the Marlins, they fall in a 9-0 hole tonight.
I'll tell you, this month of June hasn't been too nice to our fish over here. You know, it's going to be a long one for them, and then those things happen. But I'll tell you, tonight they came back, you know, in that 5th inning, and they scored 3 runs, and they came back with 7 runs and getting close. So at least we're seeing a little bit of a better hitting right now, and I think that could be good with Hanley Ramirez coming back to the lineup.
And some better hitting with runners in scoring position tonight.
Yeah, by the way, the 7 runs, Cookie, that's the most runs in any game the Marlins have scored this month.
That's right, Tommy. So I think that is a good indication that maybe something is happening and getting out of that little slump that we're going through. But Ricky did not have his best stuff today. You know, he couldn't master his curveball. He couldn't throw the strikes with the fastball. And I think that's what hurt him more than anything else.
He's one of the best in the National League in terms of control. And for him to walk the first 2 hitters as he did was a pretty good sign that things were not right with him tonight.
Yeah, and also his velocity. You know, he came down about 89, 88, and then all of a sudden he brought it up a little later, about 90, but he wasn't his best tonight.
All right, you guys have anything else you want to add? Maybe a weigh in on the Heat game last night, or that was a downer too.
Wow, what a tough loss last night. Especially, it just seemed like poetic justice though. From 5 years ago, the Heat weren't really supposed to win that series. They end up winning it on their court, and it's just the way it works out. They come back now 5 years later, and they win it on the Heat's court. So I guess justice is served, huh?
All right, so Cookie and Raul, we promise when we talk to you next, when the Angels are here, and your son's coming to town too, right, Cookie?
Yeah, I think so. I think the Angels will be here with 3 games, and I think he'll be here, no question.
Victor Rojas, the TV voice of the Angels. We'll be in a much better mood when we talk to you next.
All right, guys, bring some wins, will you, please?
We'll try our best.
All right.
Try our best.
Have a safe trip, guys.
Have a safe trip.
Thanks, guys. Logan Morrison has singled in 3 trips. In the air to center field, Young and Parra says, I really wanted to catch that ball, and Young says, but I'm the center fielder.
Hey, it is interesting, Rich. Looking back, I mentioned the Marlins haven't scored as many as 7 runs the whole month of June. The last time they scored 7 was in San Francisco. That was that 12-inning 7-6 win. And then you have to go to May 8th when they scored more than 7 runs in a game. They scored 8 runs against the Nationals.
Counts 0-1 to Gabby Sanchez. You know, there's 2 different feelings. Zach Duke had a 9-0 lead, and he couldn't get that last out of the 5th inning. And so here comes Mike Owings. And Mike Owings all of a sudden is in a spot where, hey, if he gets a few outs here, he's going to get the win.
Yeah, every once in a while to motivate you, you have to think a little personally. And he's thinking, hey, I got a shot to get a W here if I throw well.
Gabby fouled that one off his foot. You can see it, the face flush red. That must have hurt.
You know, the oddity in this game, Zach Duke actually gave up more earned runs than Ricky Nolasco. See, to me, that wouldn't be a bad pitch for a Marlin pitcher to throw to a Diamondback hitter. The way they've swung the bats in this series. But that's just me.
That one misses up.
And I don't even know if Owings did that on purpose. Probably didn't. Probably just got away from it.
Brian Sanchez looks ready to go. Two and 2. It is going to be a real quick trip to Philadelphia. Because the Marlins, in the span of about 28 hours, will play 3 games. So it'll be, what, about 44, 45 hours, and you'll have 4 games. A night game, a day night, and then a day game.
That's a whole lot of baseball in a short period of time.
Struck him out. So Michael Owings goes 1, 2, 3 through the 6th. To the 7th we go. Diamondbacks 12-7. Schedule brought to you by Just for Men Hair Color. It comes quickly there. Philadelphia tomorrow night, 2 on Wednesday, 1 on Thursday afternoon, and then it's on to St. Petersburg for 3 with the Rays. All the games against Tampa Bay will be on Sun Sports. Just as we look forward to the upcoming schedule, you can live forward with Just for Men Hair Color. Brett Hayes is going to take over at first base. And Gabby Sanchez will get the rest of the night off. Brian Sanchez comes into the game.
So a double switch made by Edwin to get a little more out of Brian Sanchez, maybe a couple of innings. Bringing Brett Hayes in to play first base. Just 1 game under his belt, a couple of innings as a first baseman. It was May 22nd, 09 against Tampa.
But a guy who's a very good athlete, I believe in high school was an infielder, ended up behind the plate at the University of Nevada. Do you think he owns that glove, or do you think he's borrowing that glove?
That's a good question. Because generally when the Marlins do their pitchers fielding practice, infield drills, you'll see Brett with John Buck as a catcher. That looks like his glove. Looks like I saw it real briefly. So Brett Hayes on the side.
Or maybe that's the catcher's glove that he would use to catch a knuckleballer. I mean,
it doesn't look
look
real
like a
broken in either.
No, like it's right out of the box. Ground ball third. Helms a bobble. And it works.
And a nice stretch by Hazer. What his teammates call him.
The glove works. Upton really got down the line. just an observation, having watched the Diamondbacks now for 7 games. Justin Upton is playing hard, and it looks like and it's not just Upton, it's all of the Diamondbacks. It looks like Kirk Gibson has had a real impact on guys like Upton, on Chris Young, Stephen Drew at short.
And I would say I would extend that not only Kirk Gibson but his staff too, his entire staff, which we've pointed out their major league resumes are pretty good, and they all are guys who are well respected in the game. Don Baylor, Alan Trammell, Matt Williams, Eric Young, and Charles Nagy. Boy, for Gabby Sanchez, a well-needed few innings off. He has played every inning this year.
And the Marlins really haven't had a, with the third base situation, Dobbs playing so much over there, the Marlins really haven't had another alternative to put at first base.
Make sure I get that right. He's played every inning but one coming into this game.
You were close.
That was close. That was real close on that one.
And of course, Gabby has been so valuable to the club. He's been so steady in the cleanup spot. He's been the Marlins' most consistent hitter.
Our crack staff, Rich, just going blazes tonight, working overtime. In contrast to the Gabby situation at first base, the Marlins have used 5 players at third base, 4 different starters.
Wes Helms, Greg Dobbs, Emilio Bonifacio, and Donnie Murphy would be the starters. 3-2 is pulled foul. Stephen Drew has scored a couple of runs tonight. There's Donnie Murphy still trying to bounce back from that wrist injury. Drew walks. Here comes Young. Young is 2 for 3. He has scored a couple times. This one started out with the Diamondbacks putting 4 up against Ricky Nolasco in the first, putting 5 more on the board in the top of the third, a 9-0 lead. The Marlins have had a couple of 3-run innings and a 1-run inning. Diamondbacks added 3 against Burke Badenhop. So here we are in the 7th in a 12-7 game. 26 hits split evenly between the two teams. And of course, mix in a 20-minute rain delay on getaway night.
It's only fitting.
To center. Coughlin is there. He makes the catch. Now the Diamondbacks are flying back home, but they play tomorrow night. They play the Giants.
They have a longer flight. They'll pick up a couple hours with the time change. And, I would say right about now, Rich, the Philly players and their families maybe just getting home from a nice dinner somewhere on their night off in Philadelphia. Many nice restaurants to choose from up there.
We'll be rejoined by our fearless leader, producer John Sulzer. A sabbatical. Needed some time to clear his head. He had played every inning of every game up until a week and a half ago. AJ Speaks and Mike Rubin have come in and seen some spot starts and have done a nice job.
Been a rough week for AJ Speaks with his connection with the Miami Heat. producing pregame segments and putting up with Jason Jackson.
I'm glad AJ got us those hats, though, before the series.
Yeah, thanks, AJ. We feel your pain.
Jason Jackson will turn his attention to his beloved Reds.
Cincinnati Reds.
The Reds tonight are in Chavez Ravine, and hopefully Dodger Stadium doesn't catch on fire tonight.
The Reds have fallen to just a game over 500. They're 4.5 out now, 4.5 behind Milwaukee.
By the way, the Mets lost tonight, 3-1. That's a final now. Pittsburgh win, so Marlins will at the very least stay in front of the Mets. I mean, if you're searching for positives, and we have been diligently.
So any way you look at it, the Fish will get to Philadelphia and they'll still be in third place. And the only thing that cooled off the Braves is that, I don't know, they're playing tonight, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Cogba makes the catch. Montero lines out. Nice job by Sanchez. In 11 games, and is the 11th in a stretch of 21 games in 20 days. And for the Marlins, the last 11 ball games have been painful. 1-10 in June. 12-7, bottom 7. Micah Owings is still out there. And he has been the most effective pitcher of the night for both teams. Bounces one up to Mike Stanton. John Buck, Wes Helms also scheduled.
Boy, Mike Stanton with a nice night. A couple of RBIs, a double and a single, and he was right on Zach Duke that last at bat. Hit the double off the wall after he'd hit one the upper deck foul.
Owings misses down low. 2-0. Owings came in and finished the 5th inning for Duke. Pitched a 1-2-3 6th. Has a pair of strikeouts. And is in line to get the win if this 12-7 lead were to stand up.
And Rich, no easy task tomorrow night. Cole Hamels with his 8-2 record against Chris Volstad. Interesting, the Marlins over the years have handled Hamels. Now, I mean, his ERA career-wise is .365 against the Marlins, but he's just 4-7. So they've tagged a few losses on him.
Marlins get 3 number 1s in 3 days. And on Wednesday, Roy Halladay looks like he'll be pitching the night game. And then Cliff Lee will close the series, the 4th game of the series, on Thursday afternoon. Here's Buck now.
The Marlins will see Chase Utley for the first time this year.
You were talking about Atlanta before the break, and Houston is beating Atlanta 7-0. That's in the 7th inning in Houston. Brewers and Cubs are scoreless. That's hard to imagine in the 8th. Hard to imagine that the Brewers haven't scored a run. The way they've been going, it's scoreless in the 8th, and that's at Wrigley Field.
Yeah, you put those offenses, especially Milwaukee's, you put them in Wrigley Field, you don't expect a shutout at this point.
Two and 2. Owings missing with a breaking ball. Of course, all of a sudden, the Marlins are going to be in the American League West for about a 2-week period when the Angels arrive here. Angels for 3. And then it'll be a Super Saturday without the Marlins when U2 plays here.
That's quite a Super Saturday.
That is. Unfortunately, the Marlins, the stage that U2 brings is on a much grander scale than the.
Then I think Ludacris's
Ludacris,
stage. Yeah.
Though Ludacris, from what everyone said, and I hung around for the first few songs, was an outstanding show. The U2 stage takes almost a week to set up and a while to tear down. And that's why the Marlins lost those 3 games. The stadium booking U2 and Major League Baseball unable to schedule around the concert. U2 tours with 3 different stages. The one that they're playing on, the one that they just left, and the one that's being set up where they're going.
I was kind of disappointed when I heard about the home series. Not disappointed at going to Seattle and seeing that ballpark. It's a beautiful ballpark. But the fact that, yes, the Marlins are the home team, but pretty much just by the fact that they'll hit last and wear their home uniforms, but there will be no in-game, like the home in-game stuff. It'll all be Seattle stuff. And I think one of the things we have to check on, will the Marlin players have their songs when they go up to hit?
See, I was thinking more along the lines of the Mermaids making the trip. I can speak from a first-person perspective. That would shake Seattle up.
That was so with the Manatees.
Yeah, well, that too, yeah.
You don't think the Northwest is ready, huh?
Not yet.
Right now, Kirk Gibson getting a little antsy with Owens walking a couple of guys.
Helms takes a strike. Wes Helms has driven in a run with a single. There's the youngster we saw the other night, Brian Shaw. Made his Major League debut at the start of this series. I'd like to see Billy the Marlin up there.
And through hand signals, I ran into Billy in the tunnel before the game, and he had a tear. And he told me he's not going to be there, and he was a little disappointed.
There's the 0-2. It's up. Well, you know, that's good news, bad news. The bad news is Billy can't make the trip and cavort around with the Moose. The good news is if he wandered down near Pike's Place Market,
that wouldn't be a good place.
No, because that's the fish market where they throw fish around.
That wouldn't be a happy place for Billy.
No, it would be carnage to him. There's a line drive in left field. That's a base hit. Bobbled and left. Stanton holds. Everyone knows Parra has a great arm. Here comes Coghlan, and then you got Hayes behind him, and the Marlins are still swinging. Here in the 7th.
Wes Helms with his second base hit of the night. And another trip to the mound by their pitching coach, Charles Nagy. Like a little flat slider. Good swing by Wes. He's had a nice couple of swings, his last 2 ABs. And sometimes getting the start, getting a chance to get 4 or 5 ABs. Charles Nagy, by the way, it's his first year as a major league pitching coach. He's been a pitching coach in the minor leagues with the Indians for quite a while.
Coghlan. That's 1-0. Shaw is ready down there. Owings to Coghlan.
Rich, you're sitting down. I can see the first 10 games of this homestand, we've pointed out the Marlins were 12 for 88 with runners in scoring position. Tonight alone, they're 9 for 14 with runners in scoring position.
And yet they're down by 5 runs.
Yeah.
Stanton walked, Buck walked, Helms singled, all coming off of Micah Owings here in the 7th. Two-one comebacker. Owings to the plate. There's 1. There's 2. And Coghlan bounces into a 1-2-3 double play.
And that one hurts. Boy, a chance to add on. Looked like he took a little something off and had Chris out front. End of the bat. Back to the mound, and then the quick throw to first completes that double play. And that's like letting a little air out of the bubble.
Here's Hayes with runners at 2nd and 3rd. Owings misses up with a breaking ball. Brett Hayes has made the most of his playing time. Couple homers, driven in 10. Got 4 doubles to go with those 2 homers.
A couple good breaking pitches from Owings.
Hayes pops it up. That might be playable. Miranda. One and 2. So Philadelphia and then the Rays. As was the practice with the first series against the Rays. All of those games will be on Sun Sports. Dwayne Statz and Brian Anderson will have the call.
Marlins took 2 out of 3 in that first meeting here. And they'll be using the DH over in St. Petersburg.
Hayes to center, and the Marlins load the bases with nobody out and get nothing out of it in a 12-7 Arizona lead. Register to win a trip for two to see the Marlins play in San Diego, August 19th through the 21st. Trip includes airfare, hotel, and tickets to all 3 games. Don't wait. Stop by your local Metro PCS store today. Metro PCS, wireless for all. Randy Choate is the next man in from the bullpen.
They got a couple of lefties due up in Miranda and then Parra.
This was a 3-inning start by Ricky Nolasco. Burke Badenhop for a couple. Leo Nunez an inning. Brian Sanchez an inning. Both Nunez and Sanchez were scoreless innings. There's Miranda and then Parra. So Choate, in the spirit of trying to piece it together, if you're Edwin Rodriguez, and have some semblance of a bullpen when you get to Philadelphia for the 4 games in 3 days. Everybody trying to pitch in here. Morrison makes the catch. Here comes Parra.
Good start, 1 pitch, 1 out. And another lefty in the books for Randy Choate. So that makes left-handers now 2 for 29 against Choate.
In the American League tonight, Cleveland shuts out the Yankees 1-0. The Rays and the Tigers are 1-1 in the bottom of the 9th at Comerica.
So the Yankees were trying to pick up a half game on the Red Sox. The Red Sox are idle, but not able to do so.
The Angels have a 1-0 lead over Seattle. That's in the first inning, and that's up in Seattle. How about Ichiro going to that game hitting .255?
That's amazing.
Justin Smoke has been a big bat with a dozen homers and 38 driven in. We saw him last year with Texas when they came through here.
Our good buddy Miguel Olivo, the big night last night, had a couple of home runs. S10.
The Marlins could end up seeing a Jason Vargas, Miguel Olivo battery up there.
Yeah, they very well could. I think Vargas is pitching in that game tonight.
1-2. Houston has made it 8-0 against Atlanta. That's in the 8th. And Choate guns down another left-handed hitter.
Chalk up another one for Choate. 2 for 30 now. Left-handers are against Randy Choate. This time he buries that sinking fastball in under the hands of Parra.
Melvin Mora making a pinch hitting appearance. And Choate gets a strike. Missed outside with that sweeping breaking ball.
If you had any more time to read about the notion of adding or subtracting a team and making 15 teams, have you read any more on that?
Yeah, there was some reaction.
Some interesting articles.
Some reaction out of Houston, where some of the Astros players, including their manager, Brad Mills, said if they had a vote, and they don't, they'd like to stay in the National League and not go to the American League. Randy Choate, 1, 2, 3. 8th inning. Bottom of the 8th coming up. Diamondbacks, 12-7. And as we expected, Brian Shaw, who was having a bang-up season in AAA, comes in.
If we saw him the other night, he had a few base runners on, but he got out of it. He showed some confidence out there and didn't flap at all in his major league debut.
So this is his second big league appearance. Top of the order, Emilio Bonifacio, Omar Infante, and Logan Morrison. In the 8th, the Marlins are down 5, 12-7. A salute to those of you that have hung with us tonight.
And for those of you who are taking notes for emails tomorrow night. A little different atmosphere, 40+ thousand. Another sellout at Citizens Bank Park.
Bonifacio into center field. And he continues to have a great series. 9 hits in the series now for Emilio Bonifacio, including 4 doubles, singles to open up the 8th inning. Here comes Infante. The Marlins have used off their bench Brett Hayes, who's in the ball game. They've used Ozzie Martinez. They have Greg Dobbs and Scott Cousins.
Now remember, the pitcher spot is in the number 4 spot.
Shaw misses inside. Kirk Gibson's not going to take any chances. He's got another arm up in the bullpen.
Yeah, he has a lefty getting ready, because he knows the only 2 hitters available for Edwin are left-handers.
So Joe Patterson's up. That's up, and it's 3-0. Shaw's 3-0 is high, and the Marlins have runners first and second. Logan Morrison is the hitter. Charles Charles Nagy wants to know if Mr. Patterson is ready for any and all lefties.
Bullpen. This is pitching coach Charles Nagy. Is the left-hander, Mr. Patterson, ready?
Is he willing and able? Now as Merling Vasquez joins the left-hander, and then here comes Kirk Gibson. He was taking as long as he could to give Patterson the time to warm up, because obviously you got Logan Morrison, then you got another lefty coming up.
So he can take the slow walk. You had the phone call. This is the whole process. The phone call to slow things up.
I think it's the wait for the umpire to get out there.
You had the slow walk. Now you wait for the umpire, which Tom Hallion's on the mound now. They'll say, okay, Gibby, make a move. What are you going to do? And Gibby's saying, I'm still thinking about it. All right, let's go to the bullpen. So during that time, he probably got to throw 5 or 6 more pitches.
I think Gibson was asking Hallion how his shoulder was for calling all the balls and strikes. There's a Marooney.
Truck or van, who you gonna call? Marooney!
It's a 5-run lead, but the Diamondbacks are bringing a lefty in to face Logan Morrison with runners first and second. And Patterson missed way outside with that breaking ball. There's a look at Patterson, his 30th appearance.
The Marlins have seen Patterson in this series. He'll use that big sweeping breaking ball and fastballs, but drops down, and as you can see, can be tough on left-handers.
Morrison saw him in yesterday's ball game and lined to center against him. It's 2-0. That breaking ball finds the strike zone.
So no 2-0 fastball for Logan Morrison. He gets the big slow breaking ball.
Greg Dobbs has emerged on deck.
So again, Gibson making this move because he knew that Edwin had to go to another lefty to pinch hit.
Three and one. So if he threw him a 2-0 sweeping breaking ball, does he throw him a 3-1?
Well, because he just missed with a fastball. Might be the only pitch he feels comfortable throwing for a strike. But he goes fastball.
And he gets a strike. His fastball comes in at 85.
Don't rule it out here, though. 3-2.
Morrison goes down looking.
Second time tonight he's been called out on a left-hander's big curveball. Remember that first AB he had against Zach Duke? He took 2 fastballs for strikes and then breaking ball for called strike 3.
now is Dobbs, and you've got Stanton on deck. Of course, that's why Vasquez is up in the Diamondbacks bullpen.
Greg Dobbs just a couple of hits against lefties this year, 2 for 11. Hasn't had a whole lot of opportunities. Had a couple of starts against left-handers. One in Arizona. Remember, he started against Joe Saunders.
That's way outside, and it's 2-0.
See, now you're on deck, and Greg Dobbs is such an astute hitter. You know, he saw the 2-0 breaking ball to Morrison, but different hitter. He doesn't see it there. But sometimes you try to think along with what the hitter saw prior to you. But now Patterson in a jam.
Yeah, and you'd be absolutely stunned if the bat left the shoulder of Greg Dobbs. A 3-0 count. That's ball 4. The bags are loaded, and you expect Kirk Gibson to make another guest appearance. Maybe getting his exercise. Here's a Maroney call to the pen.
When you need a car, truck or van, who you gonna call? Maroney!
The Bird. Baseball's biggest stars will gather together in the Arizona desert for one spectacular night in the summer's biggest event. As Fox brings you every thrilling moment of the 2011 Major League Baseball All-Star Game. Coverage begins Tuesday, July 12th, live from Phoenix at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, only on Fox.
Well, as Merlin Vasquez did face Mike Stanton the first game of this series, in his other appearance in this series, and he struck Big Mike out. Different situation now, though, a little different, bases loaded.
Stan, a line drive, caught, safe at first. Johnson's throw to Miranda late.
It's hard. Here we go again. It's 15 hits. It's a 12-7 game, but you can start looking at this AB, runner at third, less than 2 out. This AB, runner at third, less than 2 out. And the Marlins not able to cash in, get that runner in. And all of a sudden you're looking at a 3-run lead or a 2-run lead instead of a 5-run lead.
Vasquez misses outside to Buck.
Marlins had bases loaded and 1 out in the 7th inning. or nobody out in the 7th inning. And Chris Coughlin hit into the double play, and Brett Hayes hit a fly ball to center.
John Buck swings and misses. Bonifacio opened the inning with a single. Infante walked. Morrison was called out on strikes against Patterson, who then walked Dobbs. Two one. Diamondbacks are setting up to be one of the best turnaround stories in the game this year. They win this game, they'll be 7 over. Buck into center field. That's going to knock home a couple. Bonifacio and Infante score. Dobbs to third. It's a 12-9 game.
Well, to pick apart the positives, it's great to see the way the club has battled tonight and come back and scored more runs than they have in quite some time. The last time as many runs was May 1st in Cincinnati.
Wes Helms at the plate represents the tying run. Dobbs and Buck at the corners. And he's late on the fastball. It's 0-2. Do you think Kirk Gibson ever thought that he might end up using his closer in this game?
I'm sure back in the 3rd inning he had no thought of that at all. I don't think J.J. Putz had that thought either in the 3rd inning.
They may have sent Putz to the airport and flown him ahead. Teams will often do that with a starting pitcher if they have a getaway game at night and play the next day in another city and have a long flight. But Putz is down there. Nothing coming easy. Last year, 97 losses for the Diamondbacks. If you were to vote right now on the manager of the year in the National League, I think that's your guy. Helms strikes out. And the Marlins done, but they do put a couple up, and it's now 12-9.
for a chance to enter the Play Catch with Me Gabby Sanchez sweepstakes. 2 winners will be selected to play catch on the field with me prior to the June 21st game against the Angels. Log on to JiffyLubeCatch.com today. Jiffy Lube, the official oil change of the Marlins.
12-9, long night at the ballpark. You can see Arizona jump to a 9-0 lead. The Marlins have chipped away and chipped away. They have some crooked numbers, but not as many as the or as heavy as the Diamondbacks, with the 4 runs in the first and 5 in the third. There's Dobbs. Greg, not Lou. He's at third base. Mike Dunn into the ball game. He takes over for Randy Choates. Short start by Nolasco, 3 innings. The Marlins' last 3 starts. Nolasco, 3 innings. Brad Hand, 5 innings. Javier Vasquez, 3 2/3 innings.
Well, through it all, I think the bullpen has been managed as well as possible to get them ready for what lies ahead in Philadelphia.
Robert shortens the bunt, takes outside. And it's 1-0. It's the top of the order for the Diamondbacks. Roberts, Kelly Johnson, and Justin Upton. Kirk Gibson never thought that he would be turning to his closer, and I'll bet his closer never thought he'd be up and throwing before this night was done. There he is, J.J. Putz.
Saw the other night, last night I guess, where Drew Storen at the Nationals, still going strong, picked up his 15th save. Nationals scored a couple runs in the top of the 9th in San Diego to win that game.
Padres are playing the Rockies. Dunn misses. 2-1 San Diego over Colorado in the 6th. Let's see where this one was. It was out. I think Tom Hallion's had a pretty good night behind home plate. Here's Johnson. This is the 7th game between these 2 ball clubs this year. And the one constant has been the home run. The Diamondbacks have hit 14 home runs in the 7 games. Their 1 home run tonight was from Zach Duke, of all people.
Now, the bottom line, the Diamondbacks have scored a whole lot of runs. They had that 15-4 win in the first game of the series at Chase Field, and they've scored 12 here so far tonight.
Comes the 1-1. And it's 1-2. Roberts at first. Not running. Ground ball might be 2. Infante. And the turn In time. How about Brett Hayes over there at first base? It was a tricky hop for Infante to begin with.
He had a sweet pick at second base. How about that? Just to start that double play on a well-hit ball off the bat of Johnson. Keep in mind, Johnson gets up the line quickly. There's that hop. He stays with it. Perfect feed. And a good stretch by Brett Hayes. Playing just his second game ever over first base. He doesn't stretch too soon.
I don't know if he
might have gotten away with a little cheat or a big cheat.
I don't know if he stayed on the bag long enough.
You know what, Phil Cuzzy, good call.
He sold it though.
Yeah, he was on. He was on. It always looks more exaggerated when you see it by the naked eye.
Into the gap. Coughlin will pick it off the wall. And a double by Justin Upton. 3 hits for Upton in the ballgame tonight. And here comes Stephen Drew. Drew 1 for 4. Texas A&M beat Florida State, by the way, 11-2. And so Texas A&M advances. Earlier tonight, Virginia scored 2 runs in the bottom of the ninth after 2 were out and nobody was on to beat UC Irvine 3-2. And so Virginia and Texas A&M, the last 2 teams into the College World Series.
8 teams headed to Omaha.
They will join Florida, who eliminated Mississippi State yesterday. South Carolina, who bounced UConn. Texas, who beat Arizona State. And the Cal Bears, whose program was to end this year. Dunn misses away.
It's got to be exciting for the kids at Cal in that program.
Crowd wanted this one.
Wow.
2-2. Outside. The strangest story about that, the season for Cal, they didn't know that the program would be spared until I think 3 weeks to a month ago. The head coach at Cal had his players during the week visiting other schools. Other schools were openly recruiting the Cal players because the program was going to be disbanded. So during the week, guys would take visits to other schools and then come back and play for Cal during the week and the weekend. But the alums raised the money, and that program will go on. 3-2. That is on the outside corner. Marlins need 3 runs to keep playing baseball tonight. fresh by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. By Chase, with Chase Quick Deposit on your smartphone, you can deposit checks safely and securely from anywhere. Take a step forward and chase what matters. And by Bad Teacher, in theaters June 24th. $12-9, and here is J.J. Putz.
Well, Putz having a solid year as the closer for the Diamondbacks. Had a couple of blown saves, but 17 saves. Good fastball, slider, and a splitter.
Chris Coghlan, Brad Hayes, and Emilio Bonifacio. There's the fastball and a strike. Coghlan 0 for 4 tonight. He's seen his average dip to 236. Another fastball, 0-2. Putz out of the University of Michigan. 34, has had a nice career. Last year was a setup man for the White Sox. Had a solid season, 2.83 ERA, 60 appearances.
They have University of Michigan against University of Mississippi, with Coghlan at the plate.
Diamondbacks signed Putz to a 2-year, $12 million contract. And I think last year, just a big year for Putz to prove that he was healthy after an injury-filled 09 with the Mets. Coghlan goes way out of the zone and lines it foul. Putz for 5 years a closer in Seattle. A lot of the Diamondbacks have said that Putz not only has been a great addition to the bullpen just by his performance, but as a veteran, he has kind of organized the pen. Two and two. And he spent the better part of the night thinking he would go nowhere near the mound here in Miami. With the Diamondbacks off to a 9-0 lead in this.
Yeah, the life of a closer. You know, you get that adrenaline going. Most closers work off that adrenaline, and early on, he probably didn't think he'd need it.
Two. Chris Coghlan getting the start in the 8th spot with the lefty Zach Duke, who could not go 5, so he's not going to get the win if the Diamondbacks do win this game. Coghlan pulls that ball to second. Johnson gets the out.
And you would expect, Rich, with Hanley coming back and Edwin leaning toward hitting Hanley in the leadoff spot, with Infante swinging the bat the way he has, you would expect that Chris Coghlan will find himself down in the order until he can pick things up a little bit.
It's a good point, because it may not be that lefty-righty platoon in terms of flipping the 2 and the 8 spot.
You just cannot continue on with a leadoff hitter that's hitting in the 230s and has an on-base percentage just at 300.
Well, and Hanley's going to have to pick it up, too. I mean, I think that's one of the things to be seen as he comes off the disabled list.
Yeah, we're all expecting to see the Hanley of the last few years and hoping not to see the Hanley we saw while he was active.
Ball and a strike to Brett Hayes. High chopper to third. Roberts comes and gets the hop and throws Hayes out. So here comes Bonifacio, who has 3 hits in this one. Bonifacio, with his 3 hits, his average up to 282. Count 0-1. Puts. Nasty split, and it's 0-2. Be interesting to watch this Diamondback team from this point forward. They're going to move 7 games over. They're a half game behind San Francisco. If they can put this one away.
And a big series for them going home, because that's who they play, the Giants.
Stays at 1-2. The West was so good last year. The Rockies were good until the midpoint of September. Padres hung in there to the very last day, and of course the Giants caught lightning in a bottle from mid-August on. JJ Puts gets the save, and Arizona impressively beats the Marlins and takes 3 of 4 for the Fish and ends an awful homestand for the Marlins. 12-9 the final. Marlins Live is next.